Good morning. Please be seated. Prayers. I recognize the Deputy de Chaudiac-Beaubassin-Cabalet.
Merci. Prions le Seigneur. Let us pray. Ô Seigneur, notre Père céleste, haut et puissant, Roi des rois, Seigneur des seigneurs, le seul souverain des princes, qui contemplez de votre trône tous les habitants de la terre. Nous vous supplions du fond de nos cœurs de regarder avec faveur notre très gracieux Seigneur souverain, le roi Charles, et de le remplir tellement de la grâce de votre Saint-Esprit qu'il fasse toujours votre volonté et qu'il marche dans vos voies. Donnez-lui l'abondance de vos dons célestes, donnez-lui la santé et le bonheur d'une longue vie. Fortifiez-le afin qu'il triomphe de tous ses ennemis et finalement, après cette vie, qu'il jouisse de la joie et de félicité éternelle par Jésus-Christ notre Seigneur. Amen. Most gracious God, we humbly beseech Thee, as for this province in general, so especially for the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly, under our most religious and gracious King at this time assembled, that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper all their consultation and advancement in Thy glory, the safety, honor, and welfare of our sovereign and this province, that all things may be so ordered and settled by their endeavors upon the best and surest foundations, that the peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established among us all, for all generations. These and for other necessaries, for them and for us, we humbly beg in the name and mediation of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen. Ensemble, prions notre Père. Together, let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Notre Père, qui es aux cieux, que ton nom soit sanctifié, que ton règne vienne, que ta volonté soit faite sur la terre comme au ciel. Donne-nous aujourd'hui notre pain de ce jour. Pardonne-nous nos offenses, comme nous pardonnons aussi à ceux qui nous ont offensés. Et ne nous laisse pas entrer en tentation, mais délivre-nous du mal. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Introduction of guests, présentation d'invités. Condolences, the member for Moncton South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in friendship, respect, and sadness to tell my colleagues about the life and passing of Richard "Rick" Wood. I met Rick in the 1970s through the Moncton Motorsport Club. Rick loved cars. He loved teaching and loved raising money for sick children. He was a proud member of the Lux Shine. He was co-founder of the Atlantic Nationals, and during his automotive career, he restored 12 antique and muscle cars and built 29 street rods and custom vehicles. He, during his time on this earth, constantly spreading joy, assistance, and kindness, can best be summed up and described by one of his trademark license plates, Mighty Fine. My friend Rick Wood was inducted into the Maritime Motorsports Hall of Fame in 2015. I ask my colleagues to join me in expressing sympathy to Rick's family and many friends. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Le député de Shippagan-Lemac, Miscou.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je me lève en chambre aujourd'hui pour rendre un dernier hommage à M. Adrien Roussel, décédé le vendredi le 28 octobre à l'âge de 84 ans. Il était l'époux de feu Muriel Roussel et il demeurait à Le Goulet. M. Roussel était le fils de feu Adelin Roussel et de feu Rita Richardson. Un des pionniers de la pêche, il laissera un grand vide au sein de la communauté des pêcheurs. M. Roussel laisse dans le deuil ses 6 enfants, Bernie, Betty, Carole, Chantal, Desneiges et Tony, ses 11 petits-enfants et 8 arrière-petits-enfants. Il manquera énormément à ses 2 frères et ses 5 sœurs, ses beaux-frères, belles-sœurs, fioles, ainsi que de nombreux cousins, cousines, neveux et nièces. Je demande à mes collègues de se joindre à moi pour offrir les condoléances de la Chambre à la famille et aux amis de M. Adrien Roussel. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in sympathy and respect to speak of the life of Marlene Loretta Henley of Woodstock. Marlene passed away at home on November 7th, surrounded by her loving family. Marlene and her family came to Woodstock in 1976 when she and her husband David bought the Woodstock Bugle. Under David and Marlene's direction, the Bugle would go on to win awards and accolades for decades. Marlene's main role was sales, and she excelled. In 1997, Marlene was honored with the Carleton County Businesswoman of the Year Award. She was also involved with the Chamber of Commerce and was the chair of the Literacy Coalition. She touched many lives. I ask my colleagues to join me in extending sympathy to Marlene's husband, David, daughters Susan, Stephanie, and Pamela, her grandchildren, and everyone who knew and loved this remarkable woman.
Messages of congratulation and recognition. Félicitations et hommage. The member for Miramichi.
I'm pleased to stand today to recognize 2022 Baseball New Brunswick Hall of Fame inductee Matthew Jenkins. Matty grew up playing minor baseball in Miramichi. After high school, he attended the Community College of Rhode Island, where he competed in the 1994 Collegiate World Series. Upon returning to New Brunswick, he played for the Chatham Junior Ironmen, where he was MVP at the 1995 Atlantic Junior Championship. In '96, Matt began his 17-year New Brunswick senior baseball career with the Chatham Ironmen. He was named All-Star 5 times and Best Defensive Player 4 times. He currently sits at second all-time for the most wins at 58 and the most strikeouts at 711 in the NBSBL. And he finished his career with a .326 batting average. He played in almost every senior national championship between '96 and 2011, winning 2 gold, 1 silver, and 3 bronze. Congratulations, Matty, on this achievement and your outstanding baseball career in New Brunswick. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Le député de Madawaska-Lilac, Edmundston.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est avec émotion et reconnaissance que Jean-Paul et Monique Ouellette ont reçu le prix bâtisseur Louis-Philippe Nadeau lors du 34e gala de la PME du Madawaska. Impliqués depuis 1975 dans les secteurs agricoles, acéricoles et forestiers, Jean-Paul et Monique Ouellette considèrent qu'il est important de redonner à la communauté. C'est ainsi qu'en 2015, la Fondation Jean-Paul Ouellette voit le jour afin de soutenir financièrement des adultes aux prises avec des problèmes de dépendance. En 2018, la Fondation Élan Jeunesse est créée pour soutenir des jeunes dans des études postsecondaires, les sports, l'entrepreneuriat, les activités parascolaires, entre autres. En 2020, le projet d'offrir un programme en résidence pour le traitement des dépendances se réalise avec l'ouverture de la maison Cap d'Espoir. Jean-Paul et Monique, vous avez contribué d'une manière exceptionnelle au développement économique, social et communautaire de notre région. Félicitations.
Member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate Mamadou Ori Diayo of Moncton and Cassandra Pitchford of Fredericton on receiving the 2022 New Brunswick Human Rights Awards. Mamadou Ori Diayo reçoit le prix des droits de la personne pour son leadership exceptionnel dans la promotion de la diversité, de l'inclusion et du développement socio-économique et culturel des personnes néo-brunswickoises d'origine africaine. Cassandra Pitchford is being recognized with the Youth Human Rights Award for her exceptional work within her community and with various provincial organizations to ensure all students in New Brunswick can access education of equal quality. I invite all members of the House to please join me in congratulating Mamadou Ori Diayo and Cassandra Pitchford for being the recipients of the 2022 Human Rights Awards for New Brunswick.
Le député de Bathurst West, Beresford.
Madam Speaker, June 1st has been declared Intergenerational Day Canada. It's a day to reflect upon significant role intentional and respectful intergenerational relationships play in our daily lives, and to reach out to one another, to another generation in friendship. Last summer in my region, many activities in various schools were embarked upon to celebrate this day. But of note, we also found out last summer that the logo for Intergenerational Day Canada was actually designed by 3 Bathurst High School students. Through work with their teacher, they not only provided a visual design for consideration, but also a detailed explanation for the meaning of their creation. And their submission was selected for a national organization. I therefore ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating Nathan Avila, Avery Early, and Kirsty Lebeau for this wonderful distinction. And I encourage them to keep creating a beautiful new world and to keep dreaming big.
Le député de Kent-Nord.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je me lève en chambre pour souligner le 150e de la paroisse de Saint-Charles de Kent. Le 6 novembre, j'ai eu la chance de participer à un souper avec plus de 300 personnes présentes, une salle comble, en la présence de Monseigneur Valérie Viennot, de plusieurs sœurs, de plusieurs curés présents et passés, des gens qui sont venus souligner le 150 ans d'une paroisse. 150, c'est un gros chiffre. Il n'y a personne d'entre nous qui vont vivre 150 ans, qui verront autant d'années passées. Et donc, je félicite le président, Émile Chevary, de l'événement, ainsi que tous les bénévoles, parce qu'il y avait une grosse équipe de bénévoles derrière lui pour organiser les célébrations. Donc, félicitations à tous et merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
The member for Memramcook, Cantermine.
Madam Speaker, on the heels of Remembrance Day, I rise in the House to congratulate and thank the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 26 for hosting their 6th annual Veterans Dinner, which paid tribute to emergency providers and first responders earlier in November. And I want to take this moment to thank them for their service to our community. They know what it means to be of service and to go above and beyond to protect and save lives. They have done so even under difficult circumstances. They deserve our respect and gratitude for the sacrifices I know they've made, and many of them continue to make daily. So whether you are a veteran or served in the RCMP, whether you are a paramedic or firefighter, I want to thank each and every one of them, as they did at the Veterans Dinner. So, Madam Speaker, I invite all members of the House to please join me in thanking emergency and first responders and veterans for their service.
Statement by members. Déclaration des députés. Le député de Restigouche-Chaleur.
Madame la Présidente, il est dommage que ce gouvernement utilise notre situation linguistique comme stratégie dite du chat mort, dead cat, pour se sortir de situations délicates. Ce n'est pas la première fois que notre premier ministre s'adonne à cet exercice. L'an passé, il avait accusé notre chef, M. Mélenchon, d'alterner entre les deux langues officielles en Chambre pour se défiler de questions embêtantes. Plus récemment, ça concerne sa critique du bureau de la commissaire aux langues officielles. On sait tous que le premier ministre fait délibérément ces déclarations choquantes afin de détourner l'attention des médias de sa mauvaise gestion de dossiers chauds, comme le logement, le coût de la vie, la santé, nos relations avec nos Premières Nations et nos étudiants. Faites attention, Monsieur le Premier ministre. Vous risquez de détruire l'excellente collaboration qui existe depuis des décennies entre les différentes communautés fondatrices de notre province, et cela pour des faits purement politiques. Ce n'est pas à ce à quoi on s'attend d'un premier ministre. Vous risquez de créer des dommages irréparables.
Member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Madam Speaker, public health, as led by the Chief Medical Officer of Health, is missing in action. Parents are scared as the RSV respiratory virus spreads among young children. We have a particularly virulent strain of influenza circulating in our province, and everyone is wondering what to do and what to expect from COVID-19 this winter. Like all physicians, our medical officers of health take the Hippocratic Oath, which includes the affirmation that I remain a member of society with special obligations to all my fellow human beings, those sound of mind and body as well as the infirm. But where are our public health doctors? They're not speaking with us. They're patients for whom they have special obligations. Madam Speaker, has the minister actually issued a gag order? Yesterday, I heard the past president of the New Brunswick Medical Society being interviewed by the CBC in place of the Chief Medical Officer of Health or her deputy. Mr. Speaker, our medical officers of health must be free to speak to us when they want to about whatever they want to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
From Moncton Southwest.
Speaker, yesterday our government introduced a bill entitled Disclosure to Protect Against Intimate Partner Violence Act. This legislation is meant to help New Brunswickers who are at risk of intimate partner violence make more informed choices about their safety. Madam Speaker, under this Act, it allows people to apply to the police departments for information on whether their partner has a record of intimate partner violence. This bill is just one more step towards eliminating intimate partner violence in New Brunswick. Our government recognizes that any rate of intimate partner violence is too high. Together, we will work to protect New Brunswickers. Madam Speaker, I am proud of this government and this legislation. Thank you.
Le député Victoria-Lavallee.
Madam Speaker, much to the dismay of this government, our population is growing. Another fact that seems to have eluded this government is that in lockstep with this growth is a growing demand on our health and education systems. People are moving here from other areas expecting to find a reasonable level of service, at least comparable to where they came from, only to be let down because they can't find a family doctor, they can't find daycare, there aren't enough teachers to teach all the children. What a letdown. So what's the long-term plan, or is there even a plan? Yes, the government is traveling the world looking for healthcare professionals and leaning on the federal government to fund daycare spaces. But the fact of the matter is, this government is sitting on a massive surplus while the walls are falling down around us. Instead of giving $100 million in tax breaks to people who don't need it, it's time that this government start investing in homegrown solutions for the long-term care, like educating people right here in our province to fill critical labour shortages. Look down, Mr. Premier. The little people of New Brunswick are here, waiting for you to act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Le député de Canton.
Madame la Présidente, reporting by CBC Monday revealed that Irving Oil made a $250 million profit in 2005. This is the same year that they successfully lobbied the government for a 25-year tax break on the Canaport LNG terminal in St. John, a tax break that would have cost the city of St. John $112 million. Too many MLAs fear reining in the corporate overlords of this province. They think it would be akin to biting the hand that feeds them, but they are wrong. Through massive tax avoidance, doubled with public corporate subsidies, this government instead licks the boot that kicks them. Subsidies after subsidies, yet we get nothing in return except for threats whenever we mention regulation or tax fairness. Madam Speaker, it's sometimes said that Irving never loses a business deal. Well, as long as we continue to elect Conservative and Liberal governments, they never lose a New Brunswick election either.
Member for Fredericton York.
Madam Speaker, yesterday was a great day in the Legislature. We saw our government introduce powerful bills that will do what we do best: improve the lives of New Brunswickers. Madam Speaker, we do this through legislation and through partnerships and programs like Nursing Homes Without Walls. This program has seen great success in New Brunswick. Our commitment to expansion of 16 more facilities in 2023 will continue to provide what New Brunswick seniors need. Madam Speaker, I invite all my colleagues, including those across the floor, to join me in celebrating this latest effort to help our seniors remain in their homes for as long as possible. Making it easier for seniors to stay in their homes was a 2020 platform commitment by our government, and we continue to deliver results. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Au cours des dernières années, nous avons pu observer un gouvernement qui n'était pas en mesure de présenter un budget reflétant la réalité. Une année, un écart de plus de 700 millions. La suivante, un écart de plus de 400 millions. Et celle en cours, un surplus de 774 millions au lieu de 35 millions budgétés. Pendant ce temps, les programmes se font couper et l'aide pour supporter nos citoyens avec le coût de la vie est absent. Au printemps, quand l'opposition officielle a demandé au premier ministre d'éliminer la portion provinciale de la taxe sur l'essence, le premier ministre a dit qu'il avait besoin de faire des calculs. Nous sommes maintenant 6 mois plus tard et clairement, le premier ministre n'a pas encore été en mesure de faire la maths de l'excédent que la province avait collecté. À la place d'aider tous les citoyens, les conservateurs vont couper les impôts de ceux qui sont les plus riches. Madame la Présidente, il est temps pour le premier ministre conservateur d'être là pour tous les citoyens et de supporter avec la crise du coût de la vie et non pas seulement ses amis.
Madam Speaker, everyone is feeling the pinch of higher prices, but those on fixed incomes, the working poor, those near or under the poverty line are feeling it most. Madam Speaker, when we talk about food insecurity, it can be a faceless problem, But what we're talking about is children with empty bellies, people skipping meals to pay other bills, and seniors and families choosing less nutritious foods, which has short-term and long-term health consequences. Food banks and community kitchens are doing everything they can, but this crisis requires the government to step up and do something to help. We need a basic income guarantee that ensures everyone's basic needs are met and that no one in our province struggles to eat. Those who are struggling need financial help now. We need to be serious about eliminating poverty, serious about growing more food to feed all New Brunswickers, but all this government is serious about is helping the rich get richer.
The member for Moncton South.
Madam Speaker, over the past year, New Brunswickers have faced a great deal of uncertainty over fuel prices. Our government has introduced legislation meant to ensure customers are provided with the lowest possible price for petroleum products without jeopardizing the continuity of supply. Madam Speaker, a series of global events have caused unprecedented volatility, resulting in a record number of interruptions in gasoline, diesel, and heating oil prices. Regulating petroleum products is becoming a more difficult and strict formula used in the past is no longer an option. One proposed amendment would give the Energy and Utilities Board discretion when it comes to setting prices for petroleum products. These amendments will make New Brunswick's regulated price framework similar to our neighboring provinces of Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia. Responding to the needs of New Brunswickers, that's what we do best. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oral questions. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est bon de vous voir ici dans vos capacités en tant qu'adjointe au Président de la Chambre. Donc, hier, notre discours alentour des langues officielles, il y avait un ton autour des débats qui aide pour la situation dans nos discussions ici. Toute discussion sur les langues officielles devrait démontrer l'unité et non la division et la méfiance. Nous cherchons à créer cette unité en démontrant la compassion envers la minorité qui cherche à préserver leur langue et culture. Hier, ma collègue de Caraquette a défié le Premier ministre de faire de la discussion sur les langues officielles un débat public, ouvert et transparent. Dans l'intérêt de la transparence et de voir un dialogue positif, est-ce que le Premier ministre s'engage à un processus public au lieu de délibération à huis clos, tel qu'il se passe présentement avec ce gouvernement?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, the public process went through the normal channels with the Commissioner's report, and they went far and wide across the province to put their report together. And the process of reviewing that report is one that we're following the same as has been done in many past, or certainly the one that was done years ago as part of the agreement in the Act. So I heard the member opposite basically in saying that we're following the same program, we're reviewing the recommendations, we will respond, as I've said yesterday and many times, we will respond in the very coming weeks, but certainly before the end of this fall session, and that is the plan. So we will continue, and the response will be imminent, and that's the process we will continue to follow. Thank you.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madame la Présidente, les premiers ministres conservateurs qui ont venu avant celui-ci avaient plus de principes de rassembleur quand ça venait aux langues officielles, mais celui-ci ne semble pas avoir ces mêmes caractéristiques. On sait que durant la pandémie, ce premier ministre avait promu les bénéfices d'avoir un comité tout parti. Il avait mis l'accent en disant, je cite, il avait dit l'importance de l'approche d'une collaboration non partisane. Donc pourquoi le premier ministre rejette maintenant l'approche qu'il prônait pas si longtemps passé? Je pense que ce serait une approche qui est méritée dans ces circonstances. On voit que les liens entre ce gouvernement et la société civile des francophones se tiennent par un fil. Donc, je pense que promouvoir les langues officielles pour être un rassembleur, je pense que ça serait important dans ces circonstances d'avoir un débat ouvert et transparent public. Est-ce que le premier ministre est prêt à avoir un comité législatif tout parti pour regarder la révision des lois sur la langue officielle?
The Honourable Premier.
So, Madam Speaker, if I'm not mistaken, the Leader of the Opposition is referring to the All-Cabinet Committee of which his former or his previous replacement quit. So I'm not sure that there's a reliability factor there would be a concern for us, right? Because when the going got tough, they quit, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, we're following the process. As I said earlier, we're following it as has been done in previous reviews, and we'll continue to do that, and we'll report on the our findings or outcome of the recommendations within the coming weeks. I'll say it again before the end of this session, and that will be the plan. You know, it is unfortunate that this continues to be a political issue. I mean, having the Prime Minister come here and trying to raise the bar and make it more of an issue that certainly has nothing to do with the federal government. So this is a provincial situation, and we're dealing with it. And I would go back and question how anyone has been impacted negatively during the mandate of this government. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, dans les circonstances, un comité de tous partis, c'est mérité. Ça donnerait l'opportunité de tout le monde ici de donner leur opinion sur ce comité. Nous, on ne joue pas de la politique avec ça. On ne parle pas du Premier ministre, ce que le Premier ministre dit. Nous autres, on est ici pour les Néo-Brunswickois et Néo-Brunswickoises. La question sur la révision des lois sur les langues officielles, ça crée beaucoup d'émotions, de craintes et de divisions auprès de la population. La révision de la loi les langues officielles devrait apporter un sentiment de rassemblement des deux communautés linguistiques, tel qu'on a vu avec les premiers ministres conservateurs, Hatfield, Lord et Allward, qui ont apporté des changements positifs à la loi. Mais le premier ministre actuel conservateur qui est devant nous n'a pas ces mêmes caractéristiques d'assembleur. Comme j'ai dit, la société civile nous dit que la relation tient par un fil. Je veux savoir quelles mesures le Premier ministre est prêt à prendre pour réparer la division et ramener l'unité dans la province.
The Honourable Premier.
So, Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting. I mean, all premiers are different. But Madam Speaker, we're not afraid to say, okay, how do we have a longer-term view? How do we have New Brunswick be the greatest province in this country? How do we work together and achieve that successfully by recognizing individual rights, recognizing linguistic rights? And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I continue to focus on the fact that after 53 years, you know, we need to find a path that we all feel is fair and equitable, and we can move forward together. And so having frank discussions with a group that came here yesterday, I offered to meet with all 21 of the committees. You know, I didn't know who they all were, Mr. Speaker, and if they're all paid to be here or not, but nevertheless, I will meet with every one of them. And so I'm open to do that, and I suggested that. Now, no one has reached out to me, said that I'd like to do it, but I'm there. And so we want to have discussion. We want to have frank discussion. I've never walked away from a frank discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Un grand nombre de nos étudiants et étudiantes postsecondaires ont la difficulté à adapter leurs finances à l'augmentation rapide du coût de la vie. La hausse des prix des aliments, du logement, du transport fait en sorte qu'ils doivent maximiser leur prêt étudiant pour se rendre à la fin du calendrier scolaire. Et dans plusieurs cas, ceci n'est pas suffisant. C'est certain que l'élimination des intérêts sur le prêt étudiant est bien accueillie, mais ce n'est pas le moyen qui va leur permettre de faire face à l'ascension soudaine du prix des biens essentiels. Alors, je demande au ministre quel genre d'aide qu'il propose pour aider immédiatement nos étudiants postsecondaires.
The Minister for Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just to the member opposite, I thank him for the question. And actually, the Premier and I both have had some very frank and open conversations with a number of the student union leaders over the last couple of days, as a matter of fact. And I want to commend the student union leaders that we've met with for their positive outlook and actually commending us, quite frankly, as the member opposite just did with respect to the elimination of interest on student loans. Look, we have said numerous times that one of the reasons why we needed to get our fiscal house in order is so that we could start to reinvest in the priorities of New Brunswickers, Madam Speaker. And that's exactly what we're doing. And we're working with student union leaders to look at a number of initiatives that we can bring in, and you'll start to see some of those as the months go on. But, you know, everything that we have done so far in terms of the investments in our universities is performance-based so that we actually get the results that we need and meet some of our labour market demands.
The member for Trachy Shylock.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis content de voir que le gouvernement a consulté les étudiants, mais l'impact concret de l'augmentation du coût de la vie fait en sorte que le prêt étudiant ne suffit plus à couvrir les dépenses essentielles des étudiants au courant de leur année universitaire ou collégiale. De plus, le Centre de service national de prêt aux étudiants prend en compte le revenu des parents pour déterminer le montant total du prêt. Et malgré le fait que les étudiants ont travaillé à temps plein pendant les mois d'été, yes, Mr. Premier, they did get a job. Plusieurs d'entre eux doivent se tourner vers des institutions financières privées pour combler le manque à gagner. L'annulation des intérêts sur la portion provinciale du prêt étudiant ne s'applique pas à ce genre d'aide financière. Alors, est-ce que le ministre peut nous partager le pourcentage d'étudiants qui se tournent vers des institutions financières privées pour compléter leur budget d'études et qu'est-ce qu'il prévoit faire pour adresser cette situation inquiétante?
Minister for Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The fact of the matter is I don't have that percentage in front of me right now. I can get that for you. I think that's easy information to find. But I do want to also reiterate that if you look at our track record as a government over the last 4 years, you know, we didn't just walk into office and get rid of the access bursaries that were put in place by the former government. In fact, we extended them to make sure that those that were going to a private institution had access to them as well. And we wanted to make sure that we left some upfront money in place in terms of accessibility. We've also been very critical over the years of their elimination of the cashback, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. And quite frankly, we're working with students now to talk about what other things that we can do on the other end to make sure that we have what's in place to retain students once they graduate in this province. And I also, anyway, I'm sure the member's got to follow up, and I got something else I'm going to say in a minute.
Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente. Well, that's the issue. You're helping the students on the back end, but not on the front end, and that's where they need help. We've got to get these students through the front door, and we've got to make sure that they actually complete their program in order to benefit from the interest-free loan. Now, you're talking about what you've done since you got into office, but you're not telling the people what you've also done is cut the free tuition program. You've cut the Connect EI program for students, so they're not getting any help on the front end. Now, we've got students here in the gallery, and they're going to be affected when they actually go to post-secondary education. So what you're saying about the American University, just to summarize, so if you go to a New Brunswick institution, you only get help at the back end, but if you're going to an American institution, we're going to give you money up front, and we're also going to give you money at the back end. It's shameful. So, I mean, what I ask the minister is, what are your plans to help the students get across the front door today, and how will you assure parents that government will be right there to support their kids until graduation day?
The Minister for Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Madam Speaker, I've made it clear we never got rid of the access bursary. We just made it accessible to more people in this province. They picked winners and losers on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker. That's what they did. Madam Speaker, we decided there's all kinds of upfront bursary money in place. There's all kinds of support upfront, Madam Speaker. But what we don't do, they went in and they cut the tuition tax back, Madam Speaker, because they said it wasn't an accessibility vehicle. It was never supposed to be. It was a retention vehicle. They're mixing the two together. We have all kinds of upfront support, but we also need to look at how we keep students in this province each and every year in this, Madam Speaker. And on the other note, I'll tell you one of the other things that the Premier and I had a discussion with a number of the students on were some of their concerns over mental health supports. And we've had some really positive follow-ups on that to make sure that students are connected with the supports that are there and how we can enhance that going forward.
The Deputy de Madawaska, Leila Edmondson.
Madam Speaker, we have now been made aware that the senior civil servant that the Premier disrespected with his now infamous line, "That on my ass," was the Deputy Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. He was fired last week. Why would the Premier fire a senior deputy for presenting him important data that he didn't want to hear?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm not going to go into details or comment on a personal matter or HR matter. And the member opposite is not really able to comment on whether the data she refers to was relevant or not. So I know we hear a lot of innuendos, we hear a lot of vagueness. I think at one point this morning someone mentioned that we cut programs, and Mr. Speaker, I don't know, or Madam Speaker, I don't know what that was about, but I guess throw anything out there, somebody will hear it, somebody will listen, because that's been a Liberal philosophy for many years. So nothing would be expected to change. Just continue to throw out something, whether it's factual or not, is irrelevant. And that's been a consistent message. So in this situation, I think all the facts, which will not be, addressed publicly, because it's an HR matter, and I think the member opposite would understand that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madame la Présidente, le Premier ministre a maintenant embauché l'un des commissaires du rapport sur l'apprentissage d'une langue seconde comme sous-ministre de l'Éducation et du Développement de la petite enfance. Dans leur rapport, les commissaires demandent que les décideurs restent conscients de l'énorme pression que la COVID-19 a fait peser sur nos diverses institutions et ministères. La NBTA, New Brunswick Teachers Association, fait écho à cette préoccupation de ne pas agir trop rapidement pour apporter des changements majeurs au système d'éducation. Le Premier ministre est-il prêt à tenir compte de ce conseil donné par son propre nouveau sous-ministre?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I'm a little baffled why the member opposite wouldn't be thrilled that we have one of the commissioners returning to the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development and working hard on a file that he knows well, and I have total confidence in. This idea somehow that we're not promoting, preserving, and enhancing both official languages, it comes from the other side. What we want to focus on is we want to improve the Anglophone school system. We want to talk about the effects of streaming. We want to talk about the effects of classroom composition. And I'd like to hear a little bit from the other side how they feel about classroom composition in the Anglophone school system.
Madame la Présidente, dans le rapport, les commissaires préviennent que des décennies de plans et de stratégies en constante évolution ont créé une grande instabilité dans le système d'éducation. Le vérificateur général a dit la même chose. Les commissaires recommandent également de faire preuve de légèreté dans les changements et de s'attacher à affirmer et renforcer plutôt qu'à rejeter et démanteler. Pourquoi le Premier ministre se donne-t-il pour mission de réduire la qualité de l'enseignement du français alors que son propre nouveau sous-ministre lui conseille de faire exactement le contraire?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Madam President, thank you to the member opposite for the question. Just returning, I'm a little... Well, I am baffled by the fact that the New Brunswick Teachers Association has refused to comment about the classroom composition issue, has refused to comment about the streaming issue, when I know that this is something they've been talking about for 20 years, and a former president of the MBTA is sitting on the other side. Perhaps he could inform his colleagues. This assumption that somehow we're going to reduce the level of French acquisition in our students is false. We're going to have a universal program of French acquisition for all our students so that they can all have at least a minimum level of conversational French. And we're working to improve the Anglophone school system, which is what we're about. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente, pendant que la population du Nouveau-Brunswick croît, et certainement pas à cause des conservateurs, les parents, eux, sont à la recherche de places de garderie. Pendant que le gouvernement continue à se poser des questions sur les besoins d'investissement de nouvelles places en garderie, des familles doivent faire des choix entre travailler ou rester à la maison. Des parents se posent des questions. Quel sera leur avenir dans la province si le gouvernement ne crée pas de nouvelles places en garderie? Afin de faire face à cette croissance démographique, qu'est-ce que le premier ministre s'attend de faire afin d'augmenter le nombre de places en garderie? Et est-ce que les parents peuvent s'attendre à des résultats au cours des prochaines semaines? Madame la Présidente, ce n'est certainement pas parce que nous n'avons pas de surplus au Nouveau-Brunswick. Donc, quand est-ce que le premier ministre va s'assurer d'avoir des nouvelles places en garderie ici même?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It's an excellent question, and as a parent myself, I remember 30 years ago trying to find child care for my children. It was one of our major concerns to have quality child care. I don't think that's changed over the years. I was on the radio yesterday, I think, talking about child care. We understand that we have a need for infant spaces 0 to 18 months in the province. What we've done in early childhood development, we've consulted with the parents, we've consulted with the stakeholders. We're going to have about approximately 3,400 new spaces created in the province. Along with that, if you're going to create a new space or add to your spaces, then there needs to be the obligation to provide infant spaces when we do that. So the money exists through the Canada-wide agreement, and I think, you know, there's still work to do, and we're doing the work over here. Thank you, Madam President.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, à écouter le ministre et dire que je pose des bonnes questions, c'est très bien. Mais rappelons-nous une chose, c'est ce gouvernement conservateur qui a lésiné, qui n'a pas fait en sorte de signer l'entente rapidement avec le gouvernement fédéral. Ça a été la dernière province de l'Atlantique à signer une entente avec le gouvernement fédéral. Pendant ce temps-là, Madame la Présidente, les parents sont à la recherche de places. Aujourd'hui, le ministre dit, oui, on a besoin d'autres places. Si le gouvernement conservateur n'aurait pas attendu aussi longtemps pour signer l'entente avec le gouvernement fédéral, peut-être qu'on aurait davantage de places. D'ici là, quand est-ce que le ministre va faire son travail pour s'assurer que les familles du Nouveau-Brunswick puissent avoir accès à des places en garderie, et ce, rapidement?
Education and Early Childhood Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you to the member opposite for the question. Well, you know, I don't want to judge the quality of the question. That would be inappropriate for me to say. However, we negotiated the best agreement possible for New Brunswick with the federal government. So to do that, it took time. And what do we have? We've got the best agreement that we could have here in New Brunswick. It isn't a question, Madam Speaker, that we're hiding spaces or that we're trying to, you know, we don't have childcare spaces that we can pull out of a tree somewhere. There is a portal where parents can check and see how many spaces are available in the province. And we are, as I just finished saying, we did survey the parents and the stakeholders, and we're going to have approximately 3,400 new spaces.
Madame la Présidente, le gouvernement a récemment annoncé un autre surplus, surprise, de 774 millions de dollars. Soyons honnêtes, le gouvernement ne joue pas à l'autruche. Il savait très bien qu'il avait accès à un surplus de cette ampleur. Quelqu'un, à quelque part, cache les chiffres. Quelqu'un, à quelque part, joue avec les chiffres pour des raisons purement idéologiques et stratégiques. Pendant ce temps-là, par contre, on voit des mesures pour aider les riches, mais rien pour s'attaquer aux vrais défis qui touchent les Néo-Brunswickois. Le système de santé s'effondre. On a des professionnels qui quittent la profession. On a des citoyens qui ne reçoivent pas les services dont ils ont besoin, quand ils ont besoin. Donc, ma question est pour le premier ministre. Quel pourcentage de ce surplus allez-vous investir en santé et où allez-vous l'investir? Les Néo-Brunswickois et les Néo-Brunswickoises ont le droit de savoir votre plan. Ou peut-être vous n'en avez pas.
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's talk first of all about the predictions, about our thoughts of where the economy was going to land. There is no secret book out there that gives us secret plans as to how to hide money or anything like that. You know what? We make the decisions, we make our predictions, and as of last week, we were better than 5 other jurisdictions in Canada, including the federal government. We were closer to predictions of where we would land, including the federal government. As for using the money, yes, we are coming up with ways to help out New Brunswickers, all New Brunswickers, and we're not just picking and choosing. We've already done the food and fuel benefit, and we're looking at a similar program coming up again. Other programs as well to help out as we head into this winter season. But we will help all New Brunswickers. That's what this party is about, helping New Brunswickers, stabilizing the economy, and growing the population at the same time.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
Pour recevoir de l'aide de ce gouvernement, il faut être leur ami, Madame la Présidente. Quand on parle des prédictions, ils continuent de mettre des zéros à des places où ils savent qu'il y a une croissance. Fait que viens pas me dire qu'il y a une responsabilité ou qu'ils font un travail exceptionnel. Il y a des chiffres qui sont facilement, puis les économistes nous le disent, ça ne va pas disparaître du jour au lendemain. On le sait qu'il va y avoir une croissance et ils continuent de mettre des zéros là où ils pourraient mettre des chiffres. Madame la Présidente, l'impact d'Airbnb sur les logements au Nouveau-Brunswick, on n'en a aucune idée, le gouvernement n'a aucune idée. L'augmentation explosive des prix de loyer continue de faire rage. Pendant ce temps-là, il y a une stagnation des salaires et des revenus fixes. Notre capacité d'accueil est limitée à cause des logements. Quel est votre plan par rapport à ce surplus-là afin d'assurer un logement abordable à tous les Néo-Brunswickois et tous les Néo-Brunswickoises? Ils ont le droit de savoir, mais encore une fois, peut-être vous n'avez pas de plan.
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we do have plans. We don't share them immediately. We don't share them half-baked. We fully study them. We make sure we know where the money's going. We make sure the money is going to help people. Past governments have just thrown it out. Just thrown it out. Let's let it go. Another chip. That's right. Plans on the back of a napkin. You know what? $41 million into health once again for surgical backlog. How about that? Once again. I go back to other things that we have done along the way, the food and fuel benefit, which we will bring forward, the insulation and the mini-split program that the folks from MB Power, along with the government of New Brunswick, has brought forward. That is close to $400 million. We have a number of programs that are hitting a number of different segments of society, not to mention, once again, you bring up the post-secondary education, the students who are now paying 0 interest on their student loans. You bring up the minimum wage. You bring up the fact that we have lowered the tax brackets for the working poor, that we have lowered taxes for the working poor. Thank you.
The Deputy to Canada.
Madame la Présidente, il ne semble pas connaître son premier ministre. Le premier ministre passe son temps à partager des plans qu'il n'a aucune idée de ce qu'il fait. Il partage des idées à gauche et à droite. Ça n'a pas d'allure. Il ne prend pas de notes. Il a admis hier que dans les comités de cabinet, ils n'ont pas besoin de prendre de notes. Le rapport allait être les notes. Ils ne prennent pas de notes. Madame la Présidente, soyez au moins conséquent avec vous-même. C'est la classe ouvrière qui crée cette richesse ici, qui crée ces surplus ici au Nouveau-Brunswick. Au lieu, on donne des baisses d'impôts aux mieux nantis. La classe ouvrière continue avec l'alimentation, le transport, l'énergie de voir une explosion de prix et ne reçoit aucune aide. Quel est votre plan concret pour venir en aide aux Néo-Brunswickois et aux Néo-Brunswickoises qui souffrent d'insécurité alimentaire et qui peinent à boucher leur fin de mois? Encore une fois, les Néo-Brunswickois ont le droit de savoir, mais je le sais que vous n'avez pas de plan.
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
We absolutely have a plan, Madam Speaker. We absolutely have a plan. Like the same plan that we've had all along when we lowered the bottom 2 tax brackets for the working poor. How about that? Like the same plan all along where we raised the basic personal amount. How about that? Where we've raised personal taxes throughout the province, where we have brought in the minimum wage reform, where we brought in extra money to health, where we brought in the food and fuel, where we brought in personal income tax lowering, where we brought in the students. I mean, we can keep saying this over and over again. They are all great programs. We have not cut programs. We have supplied programs with more money. We've helped people by handing out more money at specific strategic times. We've always said all along, we will spend strategically. That's what we are doing. We don't rush into it. We don't throw money out in the air. We find out where it's needed and how to deliver it best. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente et citoyens de la province, les nouveaux arrivants, les étudiants étrangers et les citoyens qui arrivent d'autres provinces pour travailler ou étudier ne peuvent se trouver une place où vivre. Manque de logement et augmentation de la population ne font pas une bonne équation. Les conservateurs dorment complètement sur la switch, Madame la Présidente. Quel type de message le gouvernement est en train de livrer à cette population qui voudrait venir au Nouveau-Brunswick ou rester au Nouveau-Brunswick? Les conservateurs gèrent les besoins en logement de la même façon qu'ils gèrent la santé. Ils ne font absolument rien. Madame la Présidente, quand est-ce que le Premier ministre va présenter un plan concret pour s'assurer que les Néo-Brunswickois et les Néo-Brunswickoises et ceux qui veulent venir au Nouveau-Brunswick puissent avoir une place pour pouvoir avoir un toit, s'abriter et avoir une place pour élever leur famille?
Minister responsible for Economic Development and Small Business.
Madam Speaker, thank you to the member opposite for the question, and I do want to acknowledge the fact that housing is an issue, not just for international students, but it's an issue right across the province. And I think that's one of the reasons why our government recognized the crisis that we're in, and we actually now have a minister that's allocated specifically for housing, which is actually going to make a big difference with respect to the file. Also, I want to acknowledge the fact that this government, under the tutelage of population growth, is now up to, as you know, 820,000 people. On top of that, we now have the youngest median population at 45.7 years of age since 1961, which is a massive improvement. For the first time in the history of this province, we now actually have over 200+ people between the ages of 18 to 24 that have come to this province. But back to your question with respect to housing. That is a priority for us. It's going to continue to be a priority, and we are working on avenues to correct those issues and build more housing units. And on top of that, I will tell you as well, as a representative for ONB, we act as a catalyst for stakeholders.
Concludes question period. Tabling of documents. Statement by ministers. Déclaration de ministre, the Minister of Tourism, Heritage and Culture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last week I was thrilled to speak at the 2022 Tourism Industry Association of New Brunswick Awards in Edmundston. My department and I value our relationship with the tourism industry in New Brunswick, and I could not be prouder of this year's award recipients. I want to take a moment to honour each of them. Danny Babineau, Destination Southeast, Hilton Garden Inn, Fredericton Downtown, Creekside R&R Glamping, Atlantic Canada, Four Nation Resort, Fundy Trail Parkway, Wabanaki Tree Spirit, Tours and Events, Joanne Berube-Gagné. Les nombreuses entreprises touristiques de Nouveau-Brunswick partagent notre histoire avec le monde entier, et nous sommes heureux de collaborer avec elles. Our work together with industry is paying off, and it shows in our numbers, Madam Speaker. Total room sales jumped from 707,386 in 2001 to over 1.1 million as of the start of September. Visitation from other provinces in the United States has increased substantially. We've also seen our parks visitation numbers increase from 695,000 people in 2019 to 810,000 in 2002 so far. Madam Speaker, I invite my colleagues to congratulate this year's award winners. They have demonstrated why so many people are visiting New Brunswick. Thank you. Merci.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et je remercie la ministre pour son message. Effectivement, j'aimerais féliciter tous les lauréats. qui se sont mérités des prix. Et je veux également remercier la ministre, sa sous-ministre et son personnel d'être venus à Edmundston pour la réunion annuelle de l'Association touristique du Nouveau-Brunswick. J'étais présente à la soirée de remise des prix et effectivement, c'était une belle soirée pour reconnaître les opérateurs et ceux qui se sont démarqués dans l'industrie touristique dans les dernières années. Et puis, j'aimerais tout particulièrement féliciter la directrice générale de l'Office du tourisme Edmundston-Madawaska, Joanne Bérubé-Gagné, qui s'est mérité le prestigieux prix pionnier de l'industrie touristique de l'ITNB. C'est une personne qui travaille à cette organisation depuis 21 ans maintenant et définitivement que c'est une pionnière dans l'industrie touristique dans le nord-ouest du Nouveau-Brunswick. Et je veux également féliciter les opérateurs pour leur résilience après avoir passé 2 ans de pandémie, réduit souvent leur personnel, trouver des nouvelles façons innovatrices de répondre aux besoins de la clientèle. C'est ce qu'on a vu lors de cette soirée, Madame la Présidente, et je suis totalement fière de voir que les industries touristiques du Nouveau-Brunswick sont florissantes et vont le devenir de plus en plus avec l'achalandage qui augmente. Merci.
Député de Canada.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Oui, moi aussi, je veux certainement me lever pour reconnaître la résilience et l'importance de l'industrie touristique pour notre province, pour ma région et pour la région d'une très grande majorité des membres, je dirais. C'est important pour la province au complet. J'aimerais aussi féliciter, bien sûr, les lauréats. Danny Babineau, Destination Sud-Est, Hilton Garden Inn, Fredericton Downtown, Creekside R&R Glamping, Atlantic Canada, For Nature Resort, où j'ai eu la chance d'aller cet été pour un mariage, un endroit vraiment magnifique. Promenade du Sentier Fundy, Wabanaki Tree Spirit Tours and Events et Joanne Bérubé-Gagné. Quand que je parle avec l'industrie touristique dans ma région, bien que les gens dans l'industrie touristique ont une résilience incroyable, souvent une chose, puis je dis ça de façon constructive à la ministre, une chose qui revient souvent, c'est qu'ils trouvent qu'il manque de promotion. Il manque de promotion globale au niveau de la représentation du Nouveau-Brunswick comme une destination qui est complète, avec des expériences complètes. Il ne semble pas avoir un plan stratégique qui aide à développer cette expérience complète-là. Ça, c'est constructif, c'est tout. Madame la Présidente, une chose que je pense que je lui ai manqué de temps, donc merci beaucoup.
Minister responsible for Opportunities, New Brunswick.
Madame la Présidente, j'ai le plaisir de prendre la parole à la Chambre aujourd'hui à l'occasion de la Semaine mondiale de l'entrepreneuriat pour souligner quelques des tendances économiques favorables au Nouveau-Brunswick en ce moment. Global Entrepreneurship Week is an annual celebration that takes place in over 180 countries worldwide. It's organized by the Global Entrepreneurship Network's partners across the globe, including Futurepreneur in Canada. This week enables businesses, nonprofits, entrepreneurs, and ecosystem champions to organize events focused on key themes related to entrepreneurship, including education, ecosystems, inclusion, and policy. We want New Brunswick's business climate to be conducive to success, and one way we're making that happen is by reducing regulatory burden. Our whole-of-government effort in the last few years has resulted in tens of millions of dollars worth of savings for business owners and entrepreneurs, but we are not stopping there. We will continue to focus on reducing regulatory burden for businesses so they can actually focus on growth and increasing capacity. As of June 30th, 2022, we have already achieved a net decrease of approximately $48 million, more than eclipsing our new target of $16.5 million between April 1st, 2021 and March 31st, 2024. Opportunities New Brunswick is also committed to helping businesses identify and implement productivity improvements that will enhance their competitiveness domestically as well as globally. Investing in this area enables businesses to increase their operational efficiency so they can do more with the same number of workers. L'année dernière, notre gouvernement a aidé plus de 55 sociétés automatiseurs. Qui plus est, le budget de cette année comparait une enveloppe de 5 millions de dollars pour aider les entreprises de la province à prendre un virage technologique et accroître leur productivité et leur production. Néanmoins, nous savons que nos entreprises ont besoin d'un grand nombre d'effectifs. Madame la Présidente. C'est pourquoi nous avons fait de la croissance démographique une priorité absolue et les résultats dépassent nos attentes. New Brunswick is seeing growth levels not witnessed since Confederation. The latest official estimate in July 2022 saw growth of 2.74% year over year. This is the third highest growth rate across Canada and the highest growth in our province ever on record. And it just isn't international immigration. Interprovincial migration topped as well, 10,000 for the very first time ever. There's more being done, Madam Speaker, and more to do as we strive to support New Brunswick entrepreneurs. Cette semaine, célébrons leur succès et leur impact positif ici au pays. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je tiens à remercier la ministre pour le mot qu'elle vient de faire en l'honneur de la Semaine mondiale de l'entrepreneuriat. C'est certain, Madame la Présidente, qu'il faut souligner nos entrepreneurs, souligner nos entreprises qui font la différence et qui se démarquent non pas seulement au niveau de la province, mais au niveau national et dans bien des cas aussi au niveau international. Et puis, il faut être capable de pouvoir toujours se souvenir qu'on ne fait pas seulement des affaires dans notre province, mais qu'on a des entrepreneurs et des entreprises qui sont extrêmement dynamiques au niveau international et au niveau de notre pays. Donc, c'était important de souligner cette semaine, c'est important aussi de souligner ces gens-là et ces entreprises-là. Par contre, il faut aussi regarder, Madame la Présidente, les défis que ces gens-là, ces entreprises-là auront à vivre au cours des prochaines années, et des prochains mois certainement et des prochaines années. Et puis, on pourrait aussi reculer les dernières années, où est-ce qu'il y a eu des défis d'apporter aux entreprises. Le support à nos entreprises a été difficile de la part du gouvernement conservateur. Il faut espérer que cette erreur-là de la part du gouvernement ne va pas se reproduire au moment où est-ce que nos entrepreneurs et nos entreprises vont probablement vivre des moments difficiles à cause de la situation économique que nous vivons et que nous allons vivre. On espère que ce soit le plus court possible. Mais la réalité, Madame la Présidente, j'espère que la ministre d'Opportunités Nouveau-Brunswick va s'assurer que son ministère et l'ensemble de ses collègues au gouvernement mettent un plan en place pour être en mesure de supporter nos PME et nos plus grandes entreprises à passer à travers les prochains mois tumultueux que nous allons avoir possiblement ici dans la province. Mais il faut regarder aussi les défis. On parle d'immigration, on parle de migration de gens qui viennent ici au Nouveau-Brunswick, mais on ne voit pas ce résultat-là à l'intérieur de nos entreprises. Nos entrepreneurs continuent à dire qu'il leur manque des dizaines de milliers de personnes dans des postes clés, des postes importants afin de pouvoir continuer à bien opérer. Donc, on regarde le chiffre, la ministre le mentionne, il y a un certain nombre de gens qui ont déménagé au Nouveau-Brunswick au cours des dernières années. C'est vrai, mais la réalité, c'est combien de ces gens-là sont venus travailler au Nouveau-Brunswick. Il ne faut pas que ce soit seulement des gens qui viennent pour finir leur vieux jour, comme qu'on peut dire. Il faut vraiment avoir du long terme puis s'assurer d'avoir des entreprises pour ces gens-là. Mais il faut aussi, comme je l'ai mentionné plus tôt aujourd'hui, Madame la Présidente, avoir des places en garderie. S'assurer d'avoir un système de santé qui va les supporter, s'assurer d'avoir un système d'éducation qui va les supporter, de s'assurer d'avoir suffisamment de logements aussi. Si on veut garder ces gens-là au Nouveau-Brunswick, que ce soit des gens immigrants ou des migrants de d'autres provinces. Il faut avoir la structure en place pour pouvoir supporter nos entreprises. Donc, j'espère que la ministre et son gouvernement feront les gestes nécessaires très rapidement afin de combler ces lacunes-là que l'on s'aperçoit depuis les dernières semaines, les derniers mois et qui risquent d'être là pour les prochaines années. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Le député de Campbell.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente, merci. Rebonjour, ça fait plusieurs fois que je te parle aujourd'hui, que je vous parle aujourd'hui. Moi aussi, je veux me joindre à mes collègues, souligner la Semaine mondiale de l'entrepreneuriat. Les entrepreneurs dans nos communautés ont un effet extrêmement important, ou un effet multiplicateur aussi. Ce sont des gens qui s'installent dans nos communautés ou qui créent des commerces dans nos communautés, qui s'impliquent dans nos communautés. Mais je veux aussi prendre le temps de reconnaître tous les employés qui travaillent pour des PME, qui travaillent pour des entreprises locales, qui créent la richesse pour ces entreprises-là, Madame la Présidente. Sans eux, les entreprises auraient beaucoup de misère à exister et donc je pense que c'est une relation qui est réciproque, c'est une relation qui est extrêmement respectueuse entre les entrepreneurs et les employés. On le sait, on a des défis présentement de main-d'œuvre, on a des défis de rétention. Et c'est pour des raisons comme ça, souvent, que je soulève des enjeux comme certains monopoles qu'il y a dans la province ou certaines subventions abusives pour certaines compagnies, comme que j'en parlais ce matin au niveau des Irving, qui ensuite peuvent se virer de bord avec des subventions que personne d'autre pourrait recevoir et puis devenir un compétiteur, disons, un compétiteur déloyal envers les autres entreprises qu'on a ici au Nouveau-Brunswick. J'étais content de voir que le gouvernement a fait un gros effort au niveau du contrat unique qui avait été donné par Énergie Nouveau-Brunswick. Ça, c'est le genre de choses, on l'a vu, qui peut avoir un effet négatif incroyablement dans nos communautés puis pour nos entreprises locales. C'était rendu au point où certains des entrepreneurs m'avaient dit que la compagnie qui avait reçu le contrat unique est en train d'appeler les employés des autres entreprises pour arracher leur main-d'œuvre. Et donc, je suis content de voir que le gouvernement va ouvrir ça à toutes les petites entreprises et permettre à toutes les régions de participer, puis en fait, augmenter la capacité de mettre en place ce programme-là. C'est pour ça aussi que, lorsque je parle des paradis fiscaux, Madame la Présidente, je continue d'en parler, puis je vais continuer d'en parler. Mais ça, c'est seulement certaines entreprises au Nouveau-Brunswick. Fait que quand on parle de, ici, là, le fardeau réglementaire, ben, j'appellerais ça, d'un autre côté, un fardeau pour les petites entreprises qui ne peuvent pas se permettre de faire ce genre de stratagème-là. On s'en parlera de nouveau, Madame la Présidente. Merci beaucoup.
Presentation of petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Au cours des 7 dernières années, plus de 35 583 néo-brunswickois ont adressé une pétition à l'Assemblée législative pour exhorter le gouvernement à cesser de pulvériser du glyphosate. J'interviens aujourd'hui pour déposer les noms d'un nombre encore plus grand de néo-brunswickois qui s'opposent à la pulvérisation de l'herbicide glyphosate. La pétition se lit comme suit. Whereas approximately 13,000 hectares of New Brunswick Crown Forest are sprayed every year with herbicides to kill hardwoods that compete with seedlings and plantations, whereas spraying herbicides to kill broadleaf trees and shrubs in young conifer plantations destroys the food source and habitats of forest wildlife, whereas glyphosate, the herbicide used in New Brunswick Crown Forest silviculture, has been labeled a probable human carcinogen by the World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer in 2015. Whereas the province of Quebec, with approximately 90% of its forested land under public ownership, banned herbicide spraying of its public forest in 2001 in light of public health concerns. Whereas replacing the use of herbicides in Crown Forest with thinning crews of people working in the woods, as Quebec has done since 2001, would ensure more jobs from our forest resource. Whereas the Auditor General of New Brunswick attributed the annual forest deficit amounting to up $10 million to the costly silvicultural program in a report tabled to the New Brunswick Legislature in June 2015, at a cost of about $1,000 per hectare. Herbicide spraying and plantation establishment contributes to New Brunswick's annual forest deficit and prevents natural forest regeneration. Whereas there is a widespread public opposition to the spraying of the forest in New Brunswick, the petition of the undersigned requests that New Brunswick MLAs support a ban on the spraying of glyphosate on the Crown Forest of New Brunswick. Je suis d'accord avec cette pétition et j'ai joint ma signature. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Réponse aux pétitions et aux questions écrites. Présentation des rapports de comité. Dépôt de projet de loi. Avis de motion. Notice of opposition members' business. I recognize the official opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we have Opposition Day tomorrow, and we're planning on calling 3 items here. Motion number 7 will be called first, and that basically asks us to reinstate and enhance the Home Energy Assistance Program and also remove the HST on heating fuel. The next one will be Bill 8, and that is in putting the bill in to make sure that we observe the spirit of the law on by-elections, that the election is held when there are vacancies within 6 months, not just named or called, but they're held within 6 months. And I think the Premier has indicated publicly that he'd like to call those by-elections quickly, so I'm glad to hear that. And also, if we get there, motion number 2, which will extend the rent caps for housing. Thank you.
Government motions for the ordering of the business of the day. I recognize the Acting Government House Leader, Minister for Post-Secondary Training, Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's the intention of government today, following routine business, to move into third reading for consideration of Bill 2, 4, 5, 7 and 9. Any bill that receives second reading today is referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Policy, and then second reading will be after that for considerations of Bill 10, 15, 16, 17, and 18. And then it's the intention that at 3 p.m. we will adjourn and go into economic policy for the consideration of Bill 14. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Third reading.
Bill number 2.
I recognize the member for Fredericton South, Leader of his party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did have a notice of motion. I wonder if we could revert in the order back to the notice of motions.
Do we have consent to revert to notice of motion?
Agreed. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Fredericton South and Leader of his party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that on November the 24th, 2022, I shall move the following resolution, seconded by the member for Memram-Cook-Tantramar. Whereas Efficiency Canada identified that in 2021, 37% of New Brunswick households, or 114,790 households, were living in energy poverty, defined as spending over 6% of after-tax income on home energy costs. Whereas NB Power's Enhanced Energy Savings Program is assisting low-income homeowners in New Brunswick to reduce their energy consumption and energy costs by offering a free mini-split heat pump and upgraded installation to those who qualify to the program, whereas only homeowners who use electric baseboard heating and have a combined gross household income under $70,000 are eligible to receive a free mini-split heat pump offered by the Enhanced Energy Savings Program, where heat pumps are more efficient than oil furnaces, whereas oil and gas heat results in carbon emissions, whereas Canadians for Affordable Energy estimate that over 46,200 New Brunswick households rely on furnace oil to heat their homes in 2019, whereas New Brunswick households dependent on furnace oil are struggling to pay their heating bills due to the recent spike in furnace oil prices over the last months, whereas the demand for heating oil and gas will continue to increase as temperatures drop during winter months, whereas the provincial program providing free heat pumps to reduce energy consumption and energy costs is needed for households dependent on furnace oil to heat their homes, be it therefore resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge MB Power to expand the eligibility of its enhanced energy savings program to include central or ductless heat pumps for New Brunswick households that use oil or gas to heat their homes.
The member for Fredericton South gives notice for Thursday, November 24th. Third readings.
Bill number 2.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 2 be now read a third time? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. Bill number 4.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que le projet de loi numéro 4 soit maintenant lu une troisième fois? Les députés qui appuient la motion voudront bien dire oui. Oui. Les députés qui s'opposent voudront bien dire non. À mon avis, les oui l'emportent. Je déclare la motion adoptée.
An act to amend the Public Works Act. Bill 5.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 5 be now read a third time? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
Missing Persons Act. Bill number 7.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que le projet de loi numéro 7 soit maintenant lu une troisième fois? Les députés qui appuient la motion voudront bien dire oui. Oui. Les députés qui s'opposent voudront bien dire non. Non. À mon avis, les oui l'emportent. Je déclare la motion adoptée.
Private Woodlot Sustainability Act. Bill 9.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 9 be now read a third time? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. Sergeant at Arms, ring the bell.
Sergeant at Arms, ring the bell. Sergeant at Arms, secure the doors. Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 9 be now read a third time? All those in favour of the motion will please stand.
Mr. Holder, Mr. Higgs, Mr. Steeves, Ms. Shepherd, Mr. Fitch, Mr. Holland, Ms. Scott Wallace, Ms. Green, Ms. Dunn, Mr. Crossman, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Hogan, Mr. Austin, Mr. Turner, Ms. Wilson, Moncton Southwest, Mr. Collins, Mr. Wetmore, Mr. Ames, Mr. Dawson, Ms. Baucus, Ms. Conroy, Ms. Yelsino, Hamilton Dalhousie, Mr. McKee, Mr. Legacy, Mr. Chasson, Tracadie Shiloh, Mr. Chasson, Victoria Lavallee, Mr. Guital, Mr. LeBlanc, Mr. Lepage, Mr. Mallet, Madame Landry, Monsieur Landry, Mr. Cardy,
All those opposed will please stand.
Mr. Kuhn, Ms. Mitten, Ms. Yelsino-Kitno. Madam Speaker, total yeas pour 33, total nays contre 3,
33-3. In my opinion, the yeas have it, and I declare the motion carried.
An act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. These several bills.
These several bills have had three separate readings. Is it the pleasure of the House that they do now pass? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it, and I declare the motion carried. Resuming debate on Bill number 10, I recognize the member for Victoria Lavallee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that round of applause, everyone. I really appreciate it. Madam Speaker, when I stopped talking on Bill number 10, I'm not sure exactly where I was, but the premise of the bill is to give $100 million of tax breaks to people that are earning $100,000 and up, so really to people that don't really need tax breaks, Madam Speaker. And I believe I was talking about where that money could go and how we could better use that money to serve people. According to Statistics Canada, Madam Speaker, roughly 10% of the Canadian population earns $100,000 and up. I would say that it would be less than that in New Brunswick because our median income is not necessarily the highest in Canada. But for the sake of argument, we'll say that 10% of New Brunswickers are earning $100,000 and up, Madam Speaker. So we're taking $100,000 and we're giving it to 10%. $100 million, we're giving it to 10% of New Brunswickers, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, the Premier and the Minister of Finance love to stand up and talk about, we did this, we did that, we did this. Well, and more could be done for sure. Daycare subsidies, Madam Speaker, $53 million provincial contribution over 5 years. That's $10 million a year. Cut a check to people on social assistance and those getting old age security, Madam Speaker. They cut a check to them. They left out the working poor, Madam Speaker, the people that are not on social assistance, that are struggling paycheck to paycheck. But anyway, total cost of that, $20 million. They gave an additional $2 million to food banks, Madam Speaker, which probably covered the rate of inflation, which is now hovering around 6.9, but has been as high as 8.3 in the past. The heat pump program, Madam Speaker, $30 million. But there happens to be a 3-year wait now, Madam Speaker, because they did not do their homework before. So we'll count that as $10 million a year, because there's a 3-year wait. Eliminated interest on student loans, $5.5 million a year, Madam Speaker. New $100 million in housing and renovating government housing, Madam Speaker. Over 3 years, Madam Speaker, it's $34 million. Madam Speaker, it does not add up to $100 million. So 90% of the population, 90% of the population gets less than $100 million, and let's give $100 million to the other 10%. Madam Speaker, that's what this is doing. That's what this bill is telling us, Madam Speaker. It's telling us that 90% are not worthy, Madam Speaker, to receive a proportional amount of assistance. So, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, we have working poor. Those are the people, Madam Speaker, who are making just above the social assistance level and are struggling paycheck to paycheck to put food on the table, to heat their house, and Madam Speaker, there's nothing for them. There's not a thing for those people. And even those in social assistance, Madam Speaker, are not making enough. They're not getting by. So why are we not spending this on rent supplements? Why are we not spending this on heat? Why are we not expanding that famous check that they cut and they like to brag about? We help people on social assistance. We gave them a one-time check of $250. Why are they not expanding that, Madam Speaker, helping those people and then helping the working poor who are making anywhere from $10,000 a year up to maybe $30,000 a year, Madam Speaker? Why are we not helping them? They could certainly use that $100 million, Madam Speaker, to help to supplement and to help them to exist, Madam Speaker. And I know that I talked about homeless people, Madam Speaker, and the fact that we see more and more of it. In my little town, in Grand Falls, New Brunswick, the town that I live in, I don't believe I've ever seen actual homeless people until this past little while. I know there were people that were sleeping rough and there were people that were maybe couch surfing, Madam Speaker, but it's gotten to the point now where they have no place to live, so they're homeless. So why are we not spending money to help them, Madam Speaker? And many of them find themselves homeless, as I said before, because they've got issues, and we're not even dealing with the root cause of all of that. About a week ago, I was on my way back to my hotel from here, Madam Speaker, and I seen 3 or 4 police cars, and they had this person with a shopping cart pulled over, and I don't know how fast he was running with the shopping cart, if it was a speeding ticket or if it was something else, but there was 3 or 4 police cars and this guy with a shopping cart, and obviously he had done something that he wasn't supposed to do. So because he's homeless, because he's cold, because he may have an addiction that he needs to feed, he resorted to crime and the police caught him, and we're going to throw him in jail. And that's going to fix it, apparently, Madam Speaker, but it's not going to fix it because he has nothing to keep warm, he has nothing to get out of jail for. So for this person, it's probably something that he's trying to do, to get himself in jail so he can be warm this winter and be reasonably well fed. So, I mean, in my mind, Madam Speaker, instead of spending $32 million on a brand new jail to put people away, I think we should be spending that money on programs to help people with their addictions, to help people with their mental illnesses. We have pitiful amount of help for mental illness, Madam Speaker. And I've said it before, in my region, if you have a mental breakdown, well, you're out of luck. The only thing that's going to happen is the police will pick you up, they'll bring you to the regional hospital where they'll put you in their psychiatric ward for a day or maybe less, and then they'll let you back out, and you're in the same position you were. No real help. So why are we not investing more in that? Instead of giving tax breaks to the rich, let's invest in mental health. Let's invest in the youth of our province, Madam Speaker. The youth are our future. There's so many young people, and I'm sure that my colleague who is a critic for post-secondary education would concur. We need to give them help to get them in the front door of the university. Everything is tailored to the back end. Let's spend some money to get them in there. And let's look at where our critical shortages of workers are and spend some money to fill that. Spend some money within province promoting our own students to fill those jobs where we have critical shortages, Madam Speaker. Why would we not? I mean, it would be the thing to do. Too many of our youth are to the point where they can't afford university because costs of apartments are going up, cost of groceries are going up, cost of electricity is going up, and they can't even find apartments now that are affordable. So how are our children and our next generation, the ones who are supposed to actually look after us when we get old, how are they going to manage when they can't even afford post-secondary education? Why are we not doing more to get these people in the front door instead, Madam Speaker, of giving $100 million in tax cuts to people that are already earning six figures that don't need that money? So daycare subsidies, Madam Speaker, creating daycare spaces. The minister stands up and he was a little befuddled, and I get that, Madam Speaker. And he says we're going to create 3,600. That's not even meeting the need. And on a CBC program just yesterday, there was somebody in the province, an entrepreneur, who said, I'm ready to create some of those spaces, but they won't talk to me. What I'm coming to understand, Madam Speaker, is that they're only going to talk to nonprofits, which in my town there are none of. So we won't get no daycare spaces in my area, Madam Speaker, according to what I'm hearing. But maybe that's not true. But then why are they not talking to that person on CBC who actually said, I've offered to create daycare spaces, and the government won't talk to me? So I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, what's going on? Why are we not making a more concerted effort? And the minister said on CBC radio, I heard him, he said, well, that person should call me. Why are we not being proactive as a government and reaching out to each daycare and saying, how many spaces can you create and how much is it going to cost? Why aren't we doing that, Madam Speaker? We're spending too much time figuring out how we can give $100 million to people that don't need it. Let's take the time to do it right. Let's reach out to all the daycare owners and let's spend that money, Madam Speaker, and create those spaces at a faster pace, because it's not fast enough. It's taking too long, and people are leaving the province because they can't find people, or they're leaving their jobs because they can't find any daycare space. Those people have jobs, they want to go to work, and they're not. Let's spend that money, Madam Speaker, on better supports in the school. I was speaking to a mother just yesterday who said, I've had to go to the school 5 times in the last 2 weeks to bring my son home because my son has ADHD and he's in a classroom with 26 students and 1 teacher, no teacher's aide. And she said, my son is ADHD, and when he puts his hand up, if the teacher doesn't recognize him right away, then he kind of loses it. And then the school calls me up and they say, come and get your child, he's being disruptive. And she said, that's happened 5 times because my son was diagnosed, and the person that diagnosed said that my son needs a teacher's aide and he doesn't have one. So why in the world would we not take some of that $100 million that we're proposing to give to people who don't need it? Why would we not take that, Madam Speaker, and invest in more resources in our school? I've had a teacher, Madam Speaker, tell me that they take a child from Ukraine who doesn't speak English, they plop him in the classroom, and there's no support at all. So why are we not spending more money? It may not be true everywhere, Madam Speaker, but it's true in the school that teacher's in. So in summary, Madam Speaker, with my few seconds that I have left, I'd like to say there are so many other places, the other 90% of the population, where we could spend that money and get more results, better results for New Brunswickers, and that money would be better spent, Madam Speaker, if we spend it on the 90% of the people who actually need it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that we revert, that's hard to get out of the mouth, to introduction of guests, please, and I'd also ask that I have permission to speak from a different chair.
Do we have agreement to revert to introduction of guests? Yes. And do we have agreement that the minister can speak from a chair other than his own? Yes. Minister of Education, Early Childhood Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I introduce the teachers and students of grade 4 from Hubbard Street Elementary in Oromocto. Welcome. So it's really nice to see all the boys and girls here this morning and the teachers when we talk about civics education and you want to learn about our democracy. I hope you weren't here during all of question period, but this is how democracy works, and welcome. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Tracadie-Charlotte.
So, thank you, Madame la Présidente. We're so excited to get up on this bill to speak about it because we've got so much to say that we're fighting amongst ourselves. Oh, you were going to introduce? Sorry about that.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Oh, I just wanted to extend my welcome to this class as well from Oromocto. It's important that they come and get to witness democracy in action, like the minister has said. And we do ask tough questions sometimes, but that's how democracy works. We have government here open and transparent in this open forum here today to answer our questions, and it's important. It's not something that I was able to do as a child, come and visit this this place, but I think it's important that they get to do that. So thank you very much and welcome.
Resuming debate on Bill 10, I recognize the member for Tracadie-Charlotte.
I don't want to speak anymore. My Lord, my Lord. How do I top that? Okay, well, give me good. Okay, I won't be nasty. Merci, Madame la Présidente. So now it's my turn to speak on this bill, Bill 10. And, you know, this bill is a typical conservative bill. And I say conservative. I mean, there's no progressive in this bill. You know, it goes with their philosophy where it's like, well, let's give tax breaks to the wealthier. Let's give tax breaks to our bigger companies. And what they're going to do is they're going to turn around and reinvest in the province. That's the philosophy that's kind of guided the Conservative Party. And they still believe that that's the way to do things. And the problem is that they don't adjust to the actual situation where it's like, okay, well, maybe, you know, in some situations that approach could work. But in the last few years, you've got to be, you know, because of the pandemic, because of the rising cost of goods, because of, you know, the actual situation, you've got to open up and say, okay, listen, we just can't, you know, use a traditional way of doing things and expect different results. You know, and this bill is exactly that, where it's like, you know, we're going to give tax breaks, we're going to be able to get up in here in the House and say to the people in New Brunswick, well, we're helping you guys. You know, we're reducing the tax amount that you guys have to pay yearly, but there's only a small percentage of the people that are going to be able to benefit from this. And that's the issue, is because of the context that we're living in presently. The hurt is being felt mainly by the low income and the working class here in the province, the low income working class. That's where the hurt is being felt. And obviously my colleagues got up and we were talking about the prices of goods and you know, rents and all that kind of stuff. So for them, when there's a bill that's actually tabled to reduce the taxes or you know, to better the tax bracket of the higher earners of the province, they're asking themselves, okay, well, that's great, or that's good for them, but what about us? What about us who, you know, who have issues, or, you know, who have a hard time paying, you know, the essential goods for ourselves and for our kids? And we've been trying to raise this concern for months, And the government just keeps coming back with they just keep coming back with the same rhetoric of, well, we're helping people. And, I'm critic of the Department of Post-Secondary Education, and I'll use that for an example. They're saying, well, what are you doing for students who are having a hard time, making ends meet? The student loan is actually not sufficient to be able to cover all their costs during the school year, especially now with, with everything going up. I myself have a daughter in Moncton, and her rent went up considerably this last year. And same thing for her friends. The student loan hasn't went up, but the rent went up. The fuel that she uses to go back and forth to university and to come home on the weekends, that's went up. The food went up. So her costs have went up considerably, and the student loan hasn't kind of followed suit. Now, I'm not here to say that we should increase the student loan, because then at the end of the day, the students are going to have a heavier, debt, or a heavier fardeau beaucoup plus lourd sur leurs épaules à la fin de leur bac ou leur diplôme collégial. It's a sign that we've got to help at the front end. And, I'm using students here as an example, but I mean, we could use, low-income families. We could use seniors who are retired. We could use families, working class families who are on the lower spectrum of, the salary scale. There's numerous examples of the struggles that they face every single day. And I think what baffles us, and I'm going to use the synonym that the Minister of Education kind of uses every day, every time we ask him a question, what baffles us is the fact that with the surplus that they've amounted over the last few years, and I think everybody knows that it's over $700 million, what baffles us is that they've only really targeted the higher earners of the province. That's who they've targeted to help. That's where they want to start, is the higher earners. And again, I'm going to come back to the example of post-secondary education. When we ask them questions on how you're going to help our students, they say, well, we've eliminated the interest-free program. And they go, okay, well, that's great. So you're helping the higher earners today. So when they fill out their income taxes at the end of the year, they're getting immediate help. But when it comes to students, well, let's wait 4 years down the road till they finish, and then we're going to help them. And like I mentioned this morning, it's no problem. It's great. And it's been, the students are happy. They've been asking for it for a long time. And it's a great initiative. But the problem is it's help that's 4 years down the road. And the issue is, well, will they be able to get there and graduate? Because they're struggling now. And again, the government and the minister says, well, just, take out a loan. But like I mentioned in my questions this morning, there's a few issues. One is that the student loan, like I mentioned, is not sufficient. So a lot of these students have to turn to financial institutions to be able to make ends meet. The interest-free loan obviously doesn't apply to, loans that you take out with the bank. The interest rate could be a little bit higher also with banks. So what's happening is like you're asking students to max out their credit card. Basically, that's what the minister is saying. So he gets up and says, listen, max out your credit cards. And, oh, great, he wants to answer my questions? Well, I'll give him the floor.
As Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As much as I'd love to have this debate with the member opposite, and he knows I would, I was excited to get a few questions from him today in question period, but with all due respect, this is an act to amend the New Brunswick Income Tax Act. It is not about interest on student loans, and I would ask that the member stick to the principle of the bill.
I recognize the member for Campbellton.
Madam Speaker, he was on the bill. The bill has a reduction and where it is spending the money. They want to give $100 million to the rich, okay, as opposed. So we're just saying maybe you should look at other options. So we're trying to give them solutions. They've always asked us for solutions. We're giving it to them today. So they should appreciate the help. They should appreciate the help. Thank you.
And though I recognize there's a tremendous amount of latitude for all members in the House, I would remind all members what the topic of the bill is.
Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente. I want to continue on this student thing because it is important. Because again, like my colleague said, that the bill is to help the higher earners of the province, and what I'm trying to get at is that there are important issues that are being left aside by this government. Now, obviously, I'm using students because that's, I'm the critic of that portfolio, and every time I ask the minister some questions, he's not giving, the answers that we want, and he's just saying, well, yeah, we're helping them, but it's on the back end. Or, have them enroll in an American university, and then we'll help them right up front. Basically, that's what he's telling us. Now, now I want to talk about it, and he's trying to mute me. And he says, he gets up and he says, yeah, we want to talk about it for sure. Great, let's talk about it, because it is an issue. So, I mean, if Madame la Présidente, you won't let me elaborate on that example, then I'm going to have to switch over and maybe use another example of, how this government, instead of actually tabling this bill to help the most fortunate, they could actually help those who are struggling with the realities of today.
Like students who need upfront money.
So let's move on to daycare. Would that be okay, Madame la Présidente, if I would use daycare as an example? On how, just an example, on how instead of tabling this bill, we could actually help, hardworking families here in the province cope with the rising cost of goods and just the cost of living in general. So the daycares, and we asked questions again this morning. I don't know why we keep going on this, but we just can't get answers. So daycare is a primary example of how we could actually help people in New Brunswick today. There is a lack of space. Daycare costs are a concern for a lot of parents. There was a bill, or there was an initiative to bring down the daycare costs, but the problem is if you can't find any space in an accredited daycare, then you're stuck, hiring someone, from the private sector, and then you don't benefit from, the money that's available to help these families. And that's a huge issue in rural areas. Now, I don't know about your area, Madame la Présidente. I don't know if there is an accredited daycare in your area. I hope there is. If not, hopefully someone is working on the project. But it is important to have daycares in rural areas. And a lot of times we talk about the bigger cities here in New Brunswick. But can you imagine that there's some areas of the province where there's no daycare centres? Like, what do the people do in that region? So when you think of an immigration plan, when you think of businesses who want to attract new people, well, they're going to ask themselves, well, okay, yeah, great. Do we have lodging? Do we have a space for our younger kids? But what if there's no daycare in, I don't know, let's use Blacks Harbour, for example. If there's no daycare there, so what are they going to do? They'll say, well, how are we supposed to, to actually accept this job where we don't know what to do with the kids during the day? So I would have liked to have seen the efforts and the energy put in those type of initiatives, instead of coming out with something that is very conservative and say, well, listen, let's give tax breaks to the higher earners of the province. A lot of times they try to brand themselves, well, no, we're the progressive conservatives of New Brunswick. But I have yet to see anything progressive from this government. I think so I'm going to go back to the bill. I'd like to talk about daycares all day, but I've only got about 5 minutes left. So the bill itself, when I went back to my riding, I've kind of talked to people, that I knew about the bill and stuff like that, and most of them says, well, yeah, that's great, but it doesn't apply to me. It doesn't apply to my network, because and like my colleague mentioned, there's a small percentage of the people in New Brunswick that earn over $100,000 and more. In rural areas, a lot of times it's a challenge, and to earn that kind of wage, because those jobs are very limited. Bigger businesses tend to kind of gravitate around bigger centers and stuff like that. So they're feeling left out. They're feeling like, yeah, it's a, we know the government's got a huge surplus. We know they've got, $774 million to spend. then there isn't. Why are they just, tackling this issue to begin with? And every time we're asking for help at the front end, they're just pushing it down the road. It's like this heat pump program. Like the Minister of Energy, I don't know how many times he's gotten up, proud as a peacock, saying, well, we're going to help the low-income families of New Brunswick. We're going to install heat pumps in every single house. Like he was throwing them out the window like they were free hotcakes. It was unbelievable. But the problem is that, again, it's a help. It's something that's going to be pushed down or it's going to be spread out over years and years, because there's no way that they're going to be able to help all these families in one single year. So from what I'm hearing, there's already a huge waiting list. So if you call NB Power and say, listen, I've got family income of less than $70,000, great, you qualify, we'll put you on the list. Okay, well, how long do I have to wait? Well, you're going to have to wait a little while. Well, how's that going to help me today? Well, it's not going to help you today, but it'll help you in 3 or 4 years. Conservative government. That's how they, that's how they do it. So then they actually, and that's how they get their surpluses. So they put the money on the table, they get up, they make this huge announcement saying, listen, we're investing X amount of $1 million in this program. Well, there's no way that they're going to spend that money. So what happens is, it comes back into the coffers of government, and then they're able to get up at the end of the year and says, we were able to make a huge profit this year. So that's 2 good announcements on the backs of the least fortunates of the province of New Brunswick. And they've got no shame to get up and do all of that. They've got no shame to stand up and, and say that, we've helped New Brunswick and at the same time we're able to make a profit. Yeah, well, you've announced stuff that is not going to be able to get done in that fiscal year. It's like roads and bridges. Obviously there's a huge need. We have to put money in the department. But I mean, if they were to come out and say, okay, listen, we're going to put $300 million extra in roads this year. Well, we know they cannot be able to build roads or bridges for $300 million. There's just so much you can do in 1 year. So you need like a long-term plan in order to, you need to be able to manage this long-term. And they're just trying to piecemeal it and just make themselves look good in front of media. Madame la Présidente, I could go on for another 20 minutes. I would like to speak about post-secondary education. I know the minister feels very uncomfortable when I do. He gets squeamish. So I'm going to stop there, but obviously I'm going to vote against this bill. Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente.
It now being 12 o'clock, pursuant to the orders of the day, we will break for a recess and return at 1 o'clock.
training.
Well, that's good. I'm glad somebody. Did you want to? What bill are we on? 11? 11? What? 10, okay. Call on the Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, due to the fact that I can't get a sense of how long the debate is going to be on Bill 10, I would move the adjournment of the debate and move on to the next bill on the order paper.
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour moves that we adjourn the debate on Bill 10. All those in favour of the motion? Pardon?
Did you ask? I didn't talk to
someone on your side.
Okay, that's a debate between.
you talk to the House Speaker.
We have a motion on the floor. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea.
Yay!
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
My opinion, the yeas have it. Declare the motion carried.
Bill 15.
This is the pleasure of the House that Bill number 15 be now read a second time.
The Minister here?
Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, I'm pleased to rise in the House today.
Minister, state your point of order, please.
Mr. Speaker, it's we were on Bill 10, and all of a sudden we're switching to another bill, so I'd ask for a recess until we line up our speakers to make sure that they're the right speakers here for each of the bills. We had no warning of this, and that's been a practice of this government for some time now, and I would ask for a brief recess to deal with this.
Do we have agreement to?
No. We're ready. We've got our bills ready.
On the motion, Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to the second reading of an act respecting petroleum products pricing. The purpose of this bill is to reduce the extreme volatility of energy prices that we have been seeing and to enable New Brunswick retailers of petroleum products to recuperate their costs while continuing to provide consumers with fair market prices. Mr. Speaker, this bill includes a series of important amendments that will ensure the Petroleum Products Pricing Act continues to function as it's intended. Notably, this bill will give the New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board discretion when it comes to setting prices for petroleum products in New Brunswick, something it's currently unable to do. Mr. Speaker, shifting from a regulation framework that is 100% formula-driven to one that allows the New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board the ability to use discretion will help keep the regulated price in a position to react better to extreme changes in market prices. These amendments will also make New Brunswick's regulated price framework similar to our neighbouring provinces, Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia, both of whom have significant amounts of discretion in determining their regulated prices. Mr. Speaker, New Brunswick began regulating the price of petroleum products in July of 2006 under the general regulation of the Petroleum Pricing Act. The New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board sets a weekly maximum price for petroleum products in accordance with the criteria and a process set out under the general regulation. The maximum price is based on a benchmark price for each petroleum product with wholesale margins, retail margins, delivery charges, and applicable taxes added. Mr. Speaker, since 2006, there have been several amendments to the Act and general regulation. These changes are made to ensure that the Act continues to function as intended. In the past year, a combination of pending federal environmental regulations and extremely volatile conditions in the markets have and will continue to create challenges. These amendments are designed to help New Brunswick respond to these challenges. Mr. Speaker, given the New Brunswick Energy and Utility Board discretion in the calculation of benchmark prices, will help ensure that the regulated maximum prices provide stable and effective pricing in volatile conditions. Since the beginning of 2022, market prices for petroleum products have experienced unprecedented volatility, which has resulted in record high prices of gasoline, diesel, and heating oil. Additionally, the adjustment of benchmark prices in the Act, commonly referred to as the interrupter clause, has been triggered more times this year than in the last 4 years combined. The recent record high market prices are a result of several global events,
and the existing formula for the calculation of benchmark prices as it appears in the general regulation. It's failed to be effective in this highly volatile market, and this could jeopardize the ability to supply New Brunswickers with petroleum products. Mr. Speaker, in order for the interruption formula to better mimic volatile market conditions and administer regular prices that are more consistent with regional regulated markets, the New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board must be given the authority to use discretion to determine whether an interruption is triggered. Currently, the trigger is based solely on a daily change in price and does not take into consideration previous or future daily trends. Mr. Speaker, we are putting forward that the existing criteria for an interruption in the general regulation be removed, and that the New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board be given the authority to set and consider new or different criteria to determine when an interruption is triggered. It should be noted that other provinces, such as Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island, both use discretion when determining whether an interruption is triggered. Mr. Speaker, along with discretion in the calculation of benchmark prices, we would also want to give the New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board discretion to select the relevant reporting service used in calculating the benchmark price. There are several reporting services that produce daily New York Harbor prices for petroleum products. The general regulation currently states that the benchmark prices should use a New York Harbor price taken from a combination of Platts, Argus, and Opus reporting services. Mr. Speaker, in the last couple of years, Argus has become more widely adopted with New Brunswick's industry. Switching the Platts report to Argus would result in fewer reports, which reduces the administrative burden of producing the benchmark prices every week. Mr. Speaker, another significant shift put forward in this bill is to move from setting the weekly regulated price on Thursday to Friday and calculating the benchmark price based on a 5-day week as opposed to the current 7-day week formula. The markets are only open 5 days a week. As a result, currently New Brunswick's calculation takes Friday's price and uses it for Saturday and Sunday as well until the market reopens on Monday. This produces unfair weighting on a single day for a weekly average price. Put simply, it does not make sense to continue this practice. It should be noted that Nova Scotia also uses a 5-day average. Moving to a 5-day average will make our pricing framework in New Brunswick similar to the one our neighbour uses to create greater harmonization amongst the regulated maximum prices between the two provinces. Mr. Speaker, there are two components that will be added to the calculation of the weekly regulated prices: a cost of carbon adjuster and a market adjuster. Regarding the cost of carbon adjuster, the federal government draft clean fuel regulations published in December 21 will require manufacturers and importers of gasoline and diesel to achieve targets to make these fuels cleaner through 3 compliance categories. These 3 categories of compliance have varying costs. If an importer or manufacturer is unable to achieve any of the targets in any of these compliance categories, they will have to purchase credits from a credit market established by the federal government. Now, Mr. Speaker, the federal government announced compliance with the clean fuel regulations, and that will be required on July 1st, 2023, which will cause fuel importers and manufacturers to incur significant costs. These costs will be passed on to wholesalers and retailers, so it will be critical to have these costs reflected in the weekly price calculation, which may occur before June of 2023 if investments are made early to meet compliance. Amending the Act to reflect this will give New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board the ability to gather input as to the components of the cost of carbon adjuster. Meanwhile, the market adjuster will allow wholesalers and retailers to recoup any unforeseen costs in extreme market conditions without having to wait for a margin hearing to occur. This adjuster can be triggered at the request of retailers or wholesalers when the New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board is satisfied that the regulated maximum price is no longer consistent with the market price for petroleum products. Mr. Speaker, the market adjuster will be determined by information submitted by retailers and wholesalers, such as delivery and storage costs, credit card charges, wholesale pricing, including rack prices, and any other operational costs for retailers and wholesalers deemed by the New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board as relevant to setting weekly regulated maximum prices. It's also worth noting that in other provinces, including Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island, both have a market-based adjuster in their regulated maximum calculation. The market adjuster is meant to be a temporary price that will adjust the weekly regulated price for the duration of the market condition that has created the discrepancy between the regulated price and the market price of a petroleum product. The adjuster can be used to add costs or remove costs as the evidence suggests. Mr. Speaker, we are also updating the calculation for premium gasoline and mid-grade gasoline. Currently, the general regulation sets the price for premium gasoline as 6 cents above conventional gasoline. In situations where the ethanol blended gasoline is significantly higher than conventional gasoline, premium gasoline is priced very close to regular grade gasoline. We're also requesting to have the 6-cent differentials over conventional gasoline be left to the discretion of the New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board to reflect the actual market price of premium gasoline. This will help ensure that retailers continue to sell premium grade gasoline. Now, Mr. Speaker, these amendments adhere to the considerations by the New Brunswick Energy and Utility Board listed in the Act, which states that the New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board shall consider the fact that consumers should benefit from the lowest possible price without jeopardizing the continuity of supply. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe having access to diverse supplies of energy and reducing the volatility of spikes in prices is absolutely essential for New Brunswickers. It's critical our petroleum product retailers, especially those in rural markets, can cover their costs to continue supplying customers and that they have more stable prices so that they are insulated from the harsh price spikes seen this past year in petroleum product markets. Mr. Speaker, efforts to reduce price volatility will help New Brunswick households and businesses by introducing a degree of stability into the marketplace that is just currently not there. The amendment set out in this bill will change that. It will also help New Brunswick businesses remain competitive by better aligning the regulation of petroleum product prices with our neighbouring jurisdictions. Thank you very much. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Deputy, the Takini-Chala.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to be able to rise and speak on this second reading of this bill. It's a very technical bill. Obviously, it was tabled yesterday, trying to get through it, and obviously there's a lot of language in there that is new and not familiar to me. But slowly but surely, we're kind of, getting the details of what the minister is proposing today. I was reading the TJ, I think was it yesterday, and I kind of chuckled because the minister said, well, obviously the spike came, and obviously we made an outcry, and everybody was hurting. And then, when the minister was asked after, we were already working on that. We were already working on that. It was coming, and it's just ironic. A little bit like the stumpage fees, where it's like he didn't want to move, he didn't want to say there was an issue. And, we always see, questioned it and saying, listen, these big companies are making record profits. And all of a sudden he says, we've been working on it. We're going to do something for the stumpage fees. Same thing. No plan. One of the good things with this bill, obviously, is the effort that's going to be, not the effort, but the will to stabilize the market, which is a good thing. Obviously, no one's going to argue with the minister on this one. We all saw what happened actually a couple of weeks ago with the diesel fuel. It hit us overnight, and people obviously, whether you're trucking industry, farming, large corporations or smaller businesses that use diesel fuel, obviously they got hit hard, and it was a chaos there for a few days. And and when we were looking over the border to Nova Scotia, they weren't being hit with the same prices. So that caused a lot of confusion. So I'm actually glad that the minister is actually putting effort to try to find ways to stabilize the market and say, okay, listen, let's have everybody on par. What can we do about about trying to help people here in the province? There's a couple of issues actually that I want to raise. We scrummed on it actually just before lunch, and the journalists were really focused around the carbon credits and the carbon emission regulations that are in place, and actually giving industry a chance to go before the EUB to be able to kind of talk about what they're doing and if they could actually maybe negotiate on, the carbon emissions or kind of use certain initiatives as credits to be able to offset, the emissions that they're creating elsewhere and stuff like that. Obviously, again, because it's so technical, the only way we're going to get answers to our questions is when we go to committee. So that I'm going to dig into for sure when we're in committee. But what's concerning is the fact that they're opening that door. Like, if it's standard practice to be able to let industry, go in front of the boards and say, okay, listen, this is the initiatives we're doing. Can we offset some of the emissions that we're creating, with the other sector of our industry? That's one issue. But we have to remember this government was against the carbon, the carbon tax right from the get-go. And they still are. They fought, the federal government on this. They never wanted to, to accept the fact that the majority of Canadians, accepted and decided to put this in place for the better of the environment. That debate is done. We've turned the page on that. So it's a little bit surprising that that the minister wants to open that discussion again, and that's where it causes me some concern. Is he trying to find a way to help large industry deal with the regulations that are in place, or is it just standard practice? That's what we're trying to figure out. That's what we're trying to figure out. The real pressing issues, Mr. Speaker, and I spoke about this just before lunch, is the cost of living. The rising cost of living for low-income families, for middle-income families, for people who are struggling to deal with the rising price of fuel, of lodging, of food. Yet they seem to put that on the back burner, and now they're trying to find ways to help large industry get around regulations with this carbon credit and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and I won't be the only one getting up to speaking about that, because it's a cause for concern for all of us here. You guys, I spoke about, being big C conservatives, and this is a proof right here that they're big C conservatives. There's no progressive.
Exactly.
I don't want to be political. I want to go back to the bill.
You're never political.
No, and it's not political. I'm just stating facts. This is what I hear when I go to Tim Hortons in my region. They're saying, Jesus, they're acting like big C conservatives, and it's not the New Brunswick way. But I'm going to get back on the bill, Mr. Speaker, because I know you're interested on this. But so to come back to the carbon tax, so when it was introduced by the federal government, obviously they fought on it. But obviously when they get the check at the end of the year, I think it was $150 million, if I'm not mistaken, Minister of Environment. $150 million that comes back to New Brunswick. They're only using $50 million of it for different initiatives. So the question everybody's asking was, where's the other $100 million? Where's it going? Where's it being spent? Or is it just going right into their surplus, so they could actually come out once a year and say, you know what? We've got a $700 million surplus. That issue has been debated. The people have spoken and said, listen, we've got to encourage our industry to reduce their emissions. Now, there were several ways of doing it. They talked about the cap and trade. They talked about a carbon tax. At the end of the day, most provinces, decided on the carbon tax. That was the best way to kind of nudge industry to reduce their emissions, to invest in green technology, for the better of the province and for the better of the country. So that debate has been had. So if the minister wants to try and find ways to go back on this, to help industry, to say, okay, listen, what can we do to maybe wiggle around some of these regulations? Well, that's wrong. And he's wrong for doing it. And we're going to call him out on it if that's the case when we get into committee. The other thing that's concerning with me with this bill is the relationship that this minister has with the EUB. Like, he is all over the place
all over the place, Mr. Speaker. You know, I thought the EUB's mandate was clear. I thought it was clear that they were at arm's length from government, that there was going to be no intervening on the minister's part.
No, it was the Premier, it wasn't the Minister.
Now,
Members, please. Minister, please. The debate goes back and forth. You have your turn. Opposition has their turn right now. Thank you.
Pay attention. Way to go, Keith.
I'm speaking from the heart, Mr. Speaker. The minister actually got up and read his notes, and now he wants to speak all of a sudden again.
Give him the time.
I could actually give him the time. I've got 40 minutes. I'm willing to give you an extra 10 if you're, willing to stand up and actually tell us. Speak.
On the motion,
Speak the truth, my friend. Sorry. So the relationship that he's got with the EUB. Now, I'm not saying this bill here is to try to strong-arm the EUB. I'm just using past examples of, the relationship that he's had with the EUB. I mean, the fact that, that we're talking about, he'll come out and say, listen, the EUB's at arm's length, they're important, what they do is we can't meddle into their affairs. When it came to Mactaquac, they said, oh, no, that's too big of a decision to let that to EUB. We're just going to remove them completely from the equation. Completely from the equation. Let's get them off the, let's get them off the table. Let's, out the door and, And then when we ask them questions about it, he's saying, well, no, we're going to get them involved in the process. For sure, they're going to have, a role to play. Well, what role are they going to play? That we've asked him, Mr. Speaker. What role? And he couldn't answer. He could not answer. He said, we're going to give him a role.
Minister, one more time. Member, please speak through the chair. Okay.
Tough today on me, Mr. Speaker. You're being tough on me, but... I will speak. So I'll get back on track with the EUB and the Mactaquac project. So the relationship that he's got with the EUB is, as he wants to show the public that that he doesn't want to meddle into their affairs. But depending on the situation, he's going to tweak some things to be able to get his way. And like I said for Mactaquac, any project that's over $50 million, the EUB is involved or has a say into it, or has a final say into it. So they couldn't get around that. So what did he do? He brought in a bill this spring to say, for this project, for this specific project, we're going to completely eliminate the EUB from the equation.
You have a point of order, Minister?
I just would make a request that we don't discuss bills that have been passed, received royal assent, and we're actually moving forward to make lives in Brunswick better, and we can stay on the bill.
Thank you, Minister. Continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The reason I'm talking about the EUB is because they're involved in this bill.
Yes.
Large industry are going to have a chance to go in front of the EUB to present their case on this carbon credit, and if we do this, well, can we get around regulations? So I'm just using examples of past bills or past actions from the minister on how he deals with the EUB. Where he says, you ask him one time, he says, yeah, the EUB is important. You ask him another time, well, the EUB, well, we'll just push them aside. So my concern with this with the bill is about, okay, well, what role is the EUB going to play in this? Were there any discussions with, with industry and with, actors around, who touch this industry, say, okay, listen, this is what we're planning on doing. Are you comfortable with it? I don't know if you're allowed to speak with the EUB saying this is what's, what we're working on. But get ready, because industry or large industry is going to come forward and they're going to, start presenting these cases. And, are you able to, to deal with that? So, like I said, it's not, they always say the devils are in the details. On the surface, obviously, when,
the minister tabled a bill. The first articles came out in the paper. It was all about stabilizing the market, and that was great, and everybody was happy, and it's a good thing. Again, and I'm repeating myself on this, it is a good thing. We need to, finally, the government's willing to intervene to, to kind of help the people of the province. This government, I was talking about the Big C Conservatives and their philosophy this morning, and, it's all about, well, listen, let's let free market reign, and, and everybody, is on their own, and to each to his own. But in this case here, government does have to intervene. The markets are volatile, and we all know the reasons why, the war in Ukraine and global markets and offer and demand and all that kind of stuff. And I think the Minister, or the Attorney General gave us a course, I think, in the spring when we asked some questions about that, about, I forget, the World Markets 101, I don't know how he called it. So it's a good thing. So I've said what I needed to say. I know the minister would have loved to have me speak for another 15 minutes, but we'll go to committee. I know my colleagues are going to get up and talk about it, and I know I've got some other colleagues here on this side of the House that are they're anxious to get up and talk about it. They're very anxious to get up and talk about this. So thank you very much, Monsieur le Président.
The Deputy to Kent North.
14 minutes.
Oh, excuse me. Member for Fredericton South, the Leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise at second reading to debate an act respecting petroleum product pricing. And perhaps we should change the name, Mr. Speaker. I'll get to that a little later. Mr. Speaker, specifically, I want to address this issue of the carbon adjuster that's been created, or is proposed to be created in this bill, Mr. Speaker. And it seems that this is entirely a response to the federal government's regulations or legislation known as the Clean Fuel Standards. This has been in the works for years, Mr. Speaker, years and years and years. Plenty of time for industry to get ready for it. Lots of negotiations and consultations and changes to address those concerns. But in the end, Mr. Speaker, the point of the federal clean fuel standard is to reduce the carbon intensity of the gasoline and other fuels produced in Canada, and or imported into Canada, I guess. So here's the interesting thing. The baseline carbon intensity for gasoline produced at the Irving Oil Refinery is 94.8 grams carbon equivalent, so stuff that's bad for the atmosphere is only going to make the climate crisis worse. So 94.8 grams of carbon equivalent per joule, in other words, per unit of energy in that fuel. Next year, you only have to lower that by 3.5 grams carbon equivalent per joule, Mr. Speaker. Hardly anything. Hardly anything. 2024, they've got to get it down to 5 grams, a reduction of 5 grams. By 2015, a reduction of 6.5, and so on. So that by 2030, they will have to, in that year, get down by 14 grams, so that they, over this decade, go from 94.8 grams of carbon per joule, per unit of energy in the gasoline, to 80.8 grams of carbon equivalent per joule, Mr. Speaker. It's not a lot, but it's significant over about 7-8 years. Now, the refinery, just like the rest of them across Canada, have the opportunity to comply in multiple ways, Mr. Speaker, multiple ways, and that includes things like reducing the intensity of the gasoline they're producing through use of on-site renewable energy at the refinery, for example, Mr. Speaker. They could utilize green hydrogen to substitute some of the hydrogen that's used in the process already, that's manufactured from natural gas, rather than from green sources of energy. So they could do that, Mr. Speaker. They could increase the amount of ethanol in gasoline we know that gasoline we buy has a certain amount of ethanol in it. They could increase that amount of ethanol, Mr. Speaker, and comply. Or, Mr. Speaker, they could supply fuel, different sort of energy to vehicles, substitute for gasoline. In this case, they could establish charging stations at their gas stations, at their retail outlets, Mr. Speaker, again, would all qualify, would all get counted into the targets that have been laid out in the schedule for them to meet this slow, gradual reduction in carbon intensity of the fuel they produce at the refinery. The other alternative, Mr. Speaker, is they can buy credits, do nothing, except pay for credits from other refineries who have achieved reductions. So do nothing at the refinery, but buy credits from other companies who have achieved reductions in their operations above and beyond their target they have to meet. So have gone beyond what they're required to meet, and sell the surplus in the sense as a credit. So that's what this bill seems to be doing, Mr. Speaker, is require the EUB to actually account for that in the price of gasoline. In other words, adjust up the price of gasoline for the cost of the credits that Irving Oil would be buying from other companies who have not only met their targets in their plants but exceeded them and are selling the surplus as a credit, Mr. Speaker. So in a sense, consumers, drivers will be paying Irving Oil for doing nothing, to improve the climate, for doing nothing to reduce their carbon intensity of their production, the refinery of refined petroleum products, for doing nothing. It's not fair to consumers, to drivers, and it takes away or reduces the incentive for Irving Oil to actually do something at the refinery and reduce the carbon intensity of their fuels that they're producing, which is the whole point of the federal legislation, Mr. Speaker, to utilize one of the other areas that they can meet the target on, each of which would in some way make a tangible, concrete, substantive, measurable reduction to greenhouse gas emissions in this province, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's replacing some of the energy they consume with renewable energy on site, replacing their traditional hydrogen production with renewable or green hydrogen production, establishing charging stations at their gas stations to increase the utilization of electricity for transportation, and many other carbon capture and storage. There's all kinds of things that can be done at the refinery to comply directly with these legislative requirements the federal government are bringing about. Why? As part of our responsibility to try and avoid climate calamity in this world, Mr. Speaker. That's what this is about. To avoid climate calamity. At this point, Mr. Speaker, we're headed there. Like a bat out of hell. We are headed there. Because just last week or the week before, the United Nations Environmental Program reported that we're going to sail right past the 1.5 degree target that was agreed to in Paris 6-7 years ago, Mr. Speaker. And everyone was cheering that agreement, that the countries of the world had come together and said, yep, that's what we've got to do to avoid the worst aspects of heating the planet up and heating our oceans up by our overconsumption of gasoline and diesel fuel and coal and natural gas. So we're going to sail right past that. So that means every ton of carbon we can keep from going into the atmosphere, Mr. Speaker, is going to make a difference at this point. Every ton. It's going to make a difference. It's going to make a difference to what kind of future we're facing, and more important, the kind of future that our children are going to have to live in. Inhospitable, Mr. Speaker. What this is about is trying to avoid an inhospitable future for our children and those around this beautiful world. And yet, at every turn, Mr. Speaker, at every turn, it seems like there is an effort by industry supported by this government to avoid doing their role, to avoid taking on their responsibility as a polluter to reduce their pollution. Mr. Speaker, shame. Shame. This legislation, this federal legislation, the Clean Fuel Standard, has been diluted over the years since it was first proposed through the consultations and engagement with industry. So it's nothing like what was originally proposed. It's a kind of a mere shadow of itself. But even then, this government is proposing ways to encourage Irving Oil to utilize credits, to pay for credits and then charge them back to consumers, instead of taking concrete, substantive measures at the refinery or at the gas stations to reduce the intensity of their carbon production, Mr. Speaker. So this is a fundamental problem with this bill. I mean, when the bill was first announced, it sounded like, well, we're just going to do what Nova Scotia does. We're just going to mirror Nova Scotia with our regulation and kind of deal with these give the EUB more flexibility in terms of when the price goes up, when the price goes down, and so on, and harmonize with the rest of the Maritimes. That'll be fine. But hiding in this Trojan horse of a bill, Mr. Speaker, is this carbon adjuster effort, and that is problematic. So you might call this an act respecting the interests of Irving Oil when it comes down to it. That's what seems to be going on here, Mr. Speaker. So we'll have lots of questions and suggestions, probably some amendments at committee, Mr. Speaker, because this can't stand as it is. It cannot stand. It's unjust, it's unfair, and it's letting Irving Oil off the hook. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do we have any other speakers? Member for Hamilton Dalhousie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to get up and speak to the minister's bill, Bill 15. I listened to the minister and listened intently, and I have his notes here as well. He was kind enough to share his speaking notes with us, which I want to commend the minister, and actually I want to commend all the ministers over there who normally do that for us whenever they're speaking on first reading, second reading, and it's helpful, it's useful. Having said that, though, there's always another side of the coin, is that this bill was presented yesterday, Bill 15, and to tell you the truth, it's quite a technical bill, quite complicated. And we see what's happened here today is we're in the middle of debating a very important bill, Bill 10. And all of a sudden, the House Leader comes in and springs it on us. Oh, we're not going to debate this anymore. We're going to go to Bill 15, this technical bill, complicated bill that just came in yesterday. Although the orders of the day told us this morning, and that's what we followed, the orders of the day, every day. So the House Leader on the other side decided to go on this bill. Well, that complicates things. First of all, I should, and maybe the colleagues don't know that over there. Maybe they're not aware of it, because it doesn't happen often. There hasn't been a briefing on this bill yet. So we were waiting for that briefing to get, because there's a lot of detail in here, and it's technical, you know, especially for someone that doesn't work in the field, someone that's not involved with that area. So no briefing. Out of the blue, we're going to debate it. So what does that do? It creates a situation where there could be a lot of false information out there, assumptions that are not exactly in the bill or maybe in the bill, we don't know. So it creates a lot of confusion from the get-go. The other thing that will happen is that we don't have a chance to really debate it here and get into the nitty-gritty and clear the questions we have ahead of time so that the minister, when he comes to committee, will have those. We'll say, oh, they were talking about this. They were talking about this. I'm going to be ready for that, and I'll have that information ready. What's going to happen is you're going to slow down the work in the committee. You're going to slow down the work in the committee. And then we're going to be accused of taking too much time. Too much time. When I heard about this bill, I said, oh, finally, they're going to do something about gas prices. I said, oh, sounds good. They're going to maybe lower the taxes on their gas, maybe home heating fuel. They may do the home heating, although, you know, maybe take the tax off of home heating. I thought maybe they would be kind to our truckers out there that are paying those high costs of diesel. So I don't know if it's in the bill, because it's too technical. You know, we would have had a briefing, the staff would have been there, and ministers have offered briefings before with full staff, with a good, and they're able to answer any question we ask. They'll answer every question. So we could ask them, what does this do to the diesel prices? Is this going to help the truckers right there now? Is this going to help those who work in the field of agriculture, the fishing industry, all of that, who use a lot of diesel? You know, we heard about it a couple of weeks ago, and this has been going on. Spikes, yes, we're going to get rid of the spikes, that's good. But the government's in there for 4 years. It's not something that just happened overnight. Oh, but every time we talk to this government, they have a plan, or they're working on a plan. Yes, we have a plan. They're planning to plan and plan and plan, but we've not seen a plan. We've never, they alluded to this plan, they allude to this plan, and I don't know. Why won't they share it? Can't be much of a plan if they don't want to share it. So I have some concerns with it. I listened to the leader of the Green Party with what he had to say as well, and he had some concerns. And listening to him, I have similar concerns as well. Exactly what does it do? What is this bill for? And I listened to my member talk earlier with regards to this bill, and he made some very strong points about the carbon credits, and mentioned that that's something that we're going to examine more closely. The other thing is, we talk about the EUB, and we know that this government, and it's a fact, that the minister sent a letter to EUB to try to influence them, an arm's length association. I'm surprised the Integrity Commissioner didn't get involved there. I was quite amazed. And then come to behold, we find out that it was the Premier that wrote the letter and the minister signed it. Or they had an automatic pen. Maybe they have the automatic pen for all the ministers and they're stored in the Premier's office, I don't know. But you know, it seems strange this bill would come in without any type of technical briefing whatsoever. You know, it doesn't make sense that they would put this right there. Yeah. I'm afraid no answer. The minister says there's no answer, but the minister, you know, has a reputation. He has a reputation, and I find that hard to believe that if he wanted to contact me, he would find a way. He's that type of guy, and that's good for a minister, because it's good to have persistence and to be on your files. But that's 4 years now that he's been in that file. You know, what has he done? I said, election year coming up? What is election year coming up? God only knows. We'll see. Yeah. So basically, when you think about it, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the EUB, my colleague over there mentioned Mactaquac, and right away the minister was up. He's all upset about us talking about what he did in the spring. Well, why would he be upset if it's a good thing? Why would he be upset? We know what happened to Mactaquac, and the First Nations know. what happened. They changed the rules. This government has a habit of changing the rules halfway through the negotiations. The NBTA, the same thing. They were dealing with the government and dealing with immersion. There was a plan next year. All of a sudden, it's moved out. Immersion is out. Out the window.
I remind the member to speak through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anyway. Now, I should know all that anyway by now. Let me just get a little... I was surprised, you know, the minister, when my colleague was speaking, you know, you were here, Mr. Speaker, you remember that, you saw that. He was all excited, interrupting, doing this and this and that. He had the floor earlier today to present this bill, a very technical bill. He could have answered, he could have done the briefing here. He knows what's in it. He could have done the briefing here. You know what he did? He took 10 minutes and 38 seconds to do a technical bill. And from what he said, and we have the copy here, and I thanked him earlier for giving us the copy, but the copy was nothing that we would understand on a technical basis. It needs some explanations, Mr. Speaker. It needs some explanations, Mr. Speaker, and he's not ready to give them. And as I said, when we get the committee, there'll be a lot of questions, and he'll huff and puff, and he'll still have a lot of questions, and we won't get the answers. I just came from committee with that minister, and his forestry bill, there's a lot of hidden stuff in that. He wants to eliminate all the marketing boards in the province. That's what he wants to do. And he opened the door in that first bill. And more or less told us, I did get a briefing. I did get a briefing for that bill, I must admit, and I thank him for that. I always thank him. Anyway, but, so now the indications are that he may, you know, he may eliminate all the marketing boards. That's the indication. And the indication from that briefing and from the committee was that there was going to be another bill to come in to do that. But now, looking at it, there might be a little loophole there that he knew about but didn't want to share. And I don't understand why the Honourable Minister doesn't want to share all of the information with us. You know, lay it on the table. Now, yeah. Anyway, but I must remind the minister.
Minister, if you would like to allow the member to go ahead.
Well, it's good, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And I really don't mind. The minister is a good lad, and I don't mind him at all. The only thing is that I'm very disappointed that this bill would come in. We could have picked another bill that was more understandable, less technical. We could have talked about the St. John Museum. That's an important bill. Why didn't you bring that museum bill in? But as far as I'm concerned, this bill coming in here without any briefing whatsoever, is just going to slow down everything in committee. And we now know that committee has, what, 5, 6 bills? There's another 7 or 8 on the way, and they're all going to be jammed up, and all of a sudden they'll be saying, oh, it's Christmas. Let's try to hurry up. Let's try to hurry up. Every year, 4 years of it. 4 years of it. At Christmas time, the House leaders get together and, oh, you know, it's Christmas. We want to get out of here and this and that. We have to sit nights. We have to do this. We have to do that. You know, and that's what happens. And then they're going to want closure. My gosh, let's sit a little earlier. Let's start in October sitting. Let's start in September sitting. That's what we should. We should have a calendar.
Member, thank you very much. Member, please stick to the content of the bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to stick to the content of the bill when we didn't get our briefing. And that's the point I was trying to make, and I guess I made it through what I had to say. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that
yes, Mr. Speaker, just on a point of order, a point of clarification. There have been a number of outreaches to the official opposition about briefings, and they have not gotten back to us.
Thank you. A lot of but...
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I've always said the truth is a friend to everyone. That's all I say. Okay?
Not sure how to interpret that.
He's your friend.
True.
Yes.
Please continue.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, before I was interrupted by a non-point of order, I was saying that I'm very proud to say, okay, in this House, that I spoke longer than the minister on this second reading. And that's not a good sign. I don't like to speak in long for, you know, and I would have appreciated a better briefing. I didn't get a briefing, and so it makes it difficult to really get down into the nitty-gritty. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take my place and look forward to meeting the minister in committee, where I hope that he will be ready to answer our questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Kent North.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Moi, j'ai une différente opinion pour les briefings. Je pense qu'ils sont utilisés politiquement par après. On devrait faire attention avec ça. Mais on pourra en parler une autre fois. Et j'apprécie beaucoup certains des commentaires de mes collègues. Moi, la raison pourquoi je veux me lever parler de ce projet de loi ici, Monsieur le Président, c'est le fait qu'on va permettre, encore une fois, de passer un coup aux consommateurs. Cette partie-là du projet de loi, je le trouve extrêmement inquiétant, encore une fois, où ce que on est encore en train de permettre, de faciliter ou comment je pourrais dire, pas de facilité, c'est plutôt d'éviter de redistribuer la richesse, de faciliter l'accumulation de la richesse, encore une fois, par ceux qui ont déjà une facilité à accumuler de la richesse. Monsieur le Président, j'ai des notes ici, là, je vais juste les sortir. Quelques chiffres pour faire mon point. Quelques chiffres. La fortune d'Arthur Irving a augmenté de 1,16 milliard de dollars cette année, selon Bloomberg. Imperial, la pétrolière Imperial, a déclaré 2 milliards de dollars de bénéfices pour le troisième trimestre, soit le double de son profit du troisième trimestre de l'année dernière. Le revenu net de Canadian Natural Resources atteint 2,81 milliards de dollars. Suncor Energy a déclaré que son profit ajusté au troisième trimestre a plus que doublé et atteint 2,57 milliards. Cenovus Energy a annoncé que son profit du troisième trimestre de 1,6 milliard de dollars a presque triplé comparé à l'an passé. Monsieur le Président, on a su dans un article lundi que même pendant la crise financière de 2008, Irving a fait un profit de 111 millions. Les entreprises pétrolières continuent, les raffineries continuent de faire d'énormes profits. Et le ministre, dans son projet de loi, permet à ces pétrolières-là de passer un coup, le Clean Fuel Standard, aux consommateurs. On aide toujours les mêmes, Monsieur le Président. Absolument, il y a des parties de ce projet de loi-là qui font du sens. On a vu la fluctuation des prix, on a vu l'effet que ça a. On le vit sur les fermes, on le vit dans l'industrie du camionnage, plusieurs personnes qui essaient juste de s'arracher une vie ont de plus en plus de misère. Mais il n'y a pas de redistribution de la richesse. Puis en fait, on continue d'alléger la participation fiscale des grandes entreprises, des méga-corporations. Je parle pas, ici, quand je parle d'entreprise, je ne parle pas des entrepreneurs qui sont dans nos communautés, là. Je parle de quelques corporations sélectes qui ont continuellement un avantage unique, un avantage particulier juste à eux. On permet à ces grandes entreprises-là de continuer de passer des coûts aux citoyens au lieu d'assurer que c'est le alerte. Oui, ça me surprend qu'il n'y ait pas plus de téléphone que ça qu'à sonner incident, mais c'est l'alerte du. Yeah. Fait que j'ai pas le choix de me lever pour parler de ça, M. le Président, parce que j'en parle souvent. Ce gouvernement-ci, en fait, il me répond, il le fait sans scrupule. Il se cache même plus. Il n'y a pas honte de passer des coûts et de faciliter le passage de coûts aux citoyens. Ça va juste faire augmenter les profits de quelques familles néo-brunswickoises et de coûter encore plus cher et plus cher et plus cher aux citoyens, aux citoyennes de nos circonscriptions qui essayent de s'arracher une vie, tant bien que mal, à faire ce qu'ils peuvent, qui continuent à avoir des coûts de la vie qui augmentent, avec un gouvernement qui refuse d'aider la classe ouvrière qui crée cette richesse-là. Fait que, pour moi, M. le Président, cette partie-là va devoir être expliquée, en long et en large. Je ne comprends pas pourquoi, encore une fois, il faut qu'on envoie ces coûts-là aux consommateurs. Qui est-ce qui a demandé pour ça? Qui est-ce qui a demandé pour ça? Moi, je suis intéressé de savoir qui est-ce qui a demandé. Puis après ça, on entend le ministre, des fois, nous crier de ce bord ici. Oui, mais c'est le modèle de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Le modèle de la Nouvelle-Écosse, il est meilleur que le nôtre. Il n'est pas parfait. T'sais, on est-tu obligé de recopier tout ce qu'on fait au Nouveau-Brunswick? J'attends souvent ça. Ouais, mais c'est le même là-bas. Ouais, mais c'est le même là-bas. On ne peut-tu pas, quand on fait des scans de juridiction, on regarde qu'est-ce qui se passe ailleurs. On peut-tu, au Nouveau-Brunswick, être créatif assez pour dire, ben, on va prendre le bon ici, puis on va prendre le bon là, puis on va essayer de se démarquer du lot, on va essayer de dépasser les autres. Donc, au lieu, tout ce qu'on fait, c'est de dire, ben, eux autres font ça comme ça, puis après ça, on va défendre notre point. Pas sur les mérites de l'idée, pas sur les mérites de ce que ça fait. On va juste dire, oui, mais eux autres font ça. Hey, ça, c'est des arguments vraiment convaincants, M. le Président. Hein? On base nos décisions sur ce que les autres font. Mais ça, M. le Président, souvent, ça va nous mener à une course vers le bas. Ça va nous amener vers une course vers le bas. Et donc, encore une fois, moi, je peux pas comprendre. Je peux vraiment pas comprendre comment est-ce qu'on continue, gouvernement après gouvernement après gouvernement, depuis les derniers 40 ans à peu près. Hein, depuis les années, plus ou moins là, les années 80. Ça a commencé 81, 82, après la récession des années 80. On a vraiment ouvert la porte, on a ouvert la vanne aux grandes entreprises, puis on a créé des niveaux de loi dépendamment de où tu deviens. Et le gouvernement, il s'attaque aux pauvres gens qui vont faire une petite job sur le bord pour gagner 40 piastres de plus pour pouvoir mettre de l'argent sur leur table, de mettre du manger sur leur table. Ça, par exemple, ils vont être les premiers à taper sur les doigts. Je me rappelle de l'histoire qui avait sorti il y a quelques années d'une dame qui était sur l'assistance sociale, qui s'était fait donner de l'épicerie. Je ne sais pas si les autres députés s'en rappellent de ça. Je pense que c'était dans la région de Tracadie. Elle s'est fait donner de l'épicerie. Puis, au lieu, on a enlevé de l'argent sur son chèque. C'est ça qu'on fait aux gens, aux citoyens, aux citoyennes de nos communautés. Mais par exemple, pour ces grandes entreprises ici, et ça, on va faire ce que ça prend pour qu'eux autres puissent accumuler encore plus. Au lieu de faire ce qu'on devrait faire, d'avoir une taxation juste pour tout le monde, d'assurer que... C'est pas comme s'ils n'ont pas les moyens de payer ça. Comme je vous ai dit, Monsieur le Président, je vous le répète, là, pendant la crise financière de 2008, ils ont quand même eu des profits de 111 millions de dollars. La richesse à Archer, 1,16 milliard de dollars de plus, juste cette année. Pendant ce temps-là, les salaires de la classe ouvrière, eux autres, ils ont augmenté en moyenne, quoi, 2-3 % maximum. Ceux qui sont syndiqués, ceux qui sont chanceux d'être syndiqués. Là, on a des gouvernements qui se battent contre les syndicats, en plus, qui limitent les syndicats, qui ne voient pas la valeur dans les syndicats. C'est ça qu'on a devant nous autres. On a un gouvernement qui ne voit pas la valeur des syndicats. Moi, je pense que si un gouvernement se respectait, en fait, ce qu'il ferait, c'est qu'il encouragerait tous les citoyens à être syndiqués, dans tous les secteurs. Créer des rapports de force qui sont justes pour représenter les travailleurs. Mais au lieu, ce qu'on fait, boum, on les envoie à une autre facture. Ah oui, vous autres payez ça. Puis ça, Monsieur le Président, je trouve ça complètement inacceptable. Je l'ai dit plusieurs fois déjà. Moi, je vais m'arrêter là. C'est vraiment le point de litige que j'ai avec ce projet de loi ici. J'ai hâte d'entendre le ministre répondre à cette question-là. Je peux déjà imaginer ce qui va être sa réponse. Mais vous savez, Monsieur le Président, une autre chose qui m'a choqué, c'est que le ministre a dit « on est encore contre la taxe carbone », tu vois. Il y a une crise climatique en ce moment. Extrême. Antonio Guterres, c'est la COP27. C'est la COP27. Le Nouveau-Brunswick a décidé de ne pas envoyer personne. Hier, le ministre nous dit on n'a pas d'argent pour ça. On ne peut pas y aller là. Mais en même temps, on a une délégation, je crois, de 3 membres de l'Assemblée législative qui sont partis en Tunisie. Là. Une question de priorité. Est-ce que je suis en train de dire que les changements climatiques sont... On n'aurait pas dû envoyer personne à la francophonie? Absolument, c'est pas ce que je suis en train de dire. Mais venez pas nous dire des niaiseries, comme on dirait par chez nous. Venez pas nous dire des niaiseries qu'on n'a pas d'argent à envoyer personne nulle part. J'y crois pas. Fait que là, après ça, on a le ministre qui nous répond pendant qu'on est en train de débattre son projet de loi. On est encore contre la taxe carbone quand on fait face à une crise climatique. Mais pendant ce temps-là, au lieu d'alléger le fardeau sur le citoyen et de partager ce fardeau-là et d'assurer que c'est ceux qui profitent rondement de leurs activités qui pillent l'environnement. On continue d'envoyer ces coûts-là aux citoyens, puis après ça, on blâme la taxe, elle, qui est la taxe probablement la plus importante, qui est supposée de nous permettre de faire une transition. Puis pourquoi est-ce que les gouvernements continuent à faire ça? Parce qu'ils n'ont aucune espèce d'idée de ce qui se passe. Ils ont des visières comme ça, des œillères, puis ça avance dans une direction. Ça me fait penser, je ne sais pas si c'est le bon moment de l'utiliser, mais ça me fait penser à une citation de Utah Phillips. Je ne sais pas s'il y en a qui connaissent Utah Phillips, un conteur d'histoire américain qui sautait les trains. Puis, je pense, je vais la réserver pour une autre fois, Monsieur le Président. Je ne vais pas aller là. Mais les gens qui connaissent Utah Phillips, peut-être savent de quel que je parle de. Un jour, je vous la conterai, Monsieur le Président. Mais peut-être pas aujourd'hui. Mais ce que je veux dire, c'est que avec la crise climatique, au lieu d'assurer une transition juste, au lieu de protéger la classe ouvrière à travers de cette transition-là, parce qu'on le sait qu'il faut qu'on en fait une. On le sait. Notre survie en dépend. Notre survie en dépend. Tout à l'heure, je parlais d'Antonio Guterres, ce qu'il a dit, là. Il a appelé les dirigeants mondiaux à imposer l'industrie des combustibles fossiles qui profitent de centaines de milliards de dollars de subventions et de bénéfices exceptionnels alors que le budget des ménages se réduit et que notre planète brûle. C'est ça qui se fait dire à l'international. C'est ce qui se fait dire lorsqu'on lit la science entourant les changements climatiques. Puis nous autres, ici, au Nouveau-Brunswick, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On permet aux pétrolières de passer le coût aux consommateurs. On dit, tiens, passez le coût à eux autres, ils s'arrangeront avec. Puis après ça, nous autres, qu'est-ce que ça va faire? Ça va les arranger, le gouvernement. Ils vont continuer à blâmer une taxe qui s'y oppose de façon idéologique. On a un ministre de l'Environnement qui a dit hier, comme si c'était la première fois qu'il admettait que les changements climatiques étaient... Oh, ça arrive, je ne peux pas contrôler le vent, je ne peux pas contrôler la pluie. C'est ça qu'il a dit. Mais on fait du mieux qu'on peut, hein? Mais c'est une mauvaise compréhension des enjeux qui nous guettent en ce moment. Fait que, Monsieur le Président, on va amener ce projet de loi ici en comité. On va s'asseoir. On va poser beaucoup de questions. Mais moi, encore une fois, je ne peux pas accepter un autre cadeau pour les pétrolières, pour les entreprises multimilliardaires qui profitent de la classe ouvrière sans jamais partager, sauf là où ils veulent. Hein? Après ça, il y a des gens qui vont me dire « Ah, ben ils font des dons. » Oui, mais ils font des dons avec l'argent qui appartient au public pour mettre dans ces infrastructures publiques. C'est pas à eux autres de décider quelle sorte de société qu'on va vivre dedans. C'est pas à eux autres de décider où va aller l'argent. Ça, c'est à l'Assemblée législative, c'est aux élus, c'est au peuple de décider, dans le fond, dans quelle société ils veulent vivre. Pas quelques personnes avec beaucoup d'influence et avec beaucoup d'argent. Ça, c'est inacceptable. Puis ça, c'est encore une fois, c'est tout ce que ça fait. Fait que, Monsieur le Président, je m'arrête là. cette fois-ci pour de vrai. Puis on se verra en comité. Merci beaucoup.
Le député de Chériac-Beaubasson-Capelet.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Puis moi aussi, c'est un plaisir de parler sur ce projet de loi. Un projet de loi, Monsieur le Président, très technique. Technique au sens que je suis convaincu même que les ministres puis les députés du gouvernement ne comprennent pas la majorité de qu'est-ce que les détails du projet de loi puis de l'ampleur du projet de loi, Monsieur le Président. Je sais que souvent, on se fait passer des gauches à droite, mais ce projet de loi ici, là, en entendant mes collègues parler cet après-midi, porte à réflexion, Monsieur le Président, sur l'importance puis qu'est-ce qui va être la signification de ce projet de loi pour Monsieur, Madame, tout le monde. Puis je me pose la réflexion en lisant, en essayant de lire le projet de loi, puis aussi, j'étais content que le ministre avait parlé de 8 pages dans son préambule lors de la lecture en deuxième étape, en deuxième lecture, Monsieur le Président. Puis je me posais la question en écoutant mes collègues. Qu'est-ce que ça va donner, ce projet de loi ici, aux contribuables, aux gens, monsieur et madame, tout le monde, ici au Nouveau-Brunswick? Puis en écoutant le ministre, puis en lisant aussi, on se compare à d'autres provinces. On veut se comparer à la Nouvelle-Écosse, comme mon collègue vient de parler tantôt. Moi, je n'ai jamais vu que la province du Brunswick devait se comparer à d'autres provinces. Je pense qu'on devait être fiers de notre province, puis on devait aussi d'être à la fine pointe, puis être capable de faire des décisions sans se comparer à d'autres provinces, Monsieur le Président. Mais quand je pense, qu'est-ce que ça va représenter à Monsieur, Madame, tout le monde? Si on s'en souvient bien, en 2019, où était le prix brut du pétrole? Il était à un prix élevé. On était tous d'accord qu'on n'était pas content du prix. Tout d'un coup, en 2020, au mois de mars, on a une pandémie mondiale qui nous frappe. Tout d'un coup, le prix du pétrole, le prix du propane, le prix chute. Et chute drastiquement. Tout d'un coup, Monsieur le Président, je suis convaincu que les pétrolières étaient en crise, en panique. Leur profit, le pétrole qu'ils achetaient outre-mer, venait ici à Saint-Jean, était bien plus dispendieux. Puis il y a même eu un moment donné que j'ai entendu, puis on l'entend dans les nouvelles, qu'il y a certains pays qui ont donné le pétrole à ces compagnies-là pour le raffiner et pour en faire du profit. Au détriment de qui? Monsieur, Madame, tout le monde. C'est pour ça, Monsieur le Président, que je suis très inquiète de la certitude, puis de la consistance, puis du pouvoir qu'on donne aussi à la Commission d'énergie et des services publics. Si vous lisez dans le projet de loi que le détaillant et le grossiste auront la chance et le choix d'intervenir. C'est certain, Monsieur le Président, que le grossiste puis le détaillant, ils veulent que les prix soient à la hausse. Parce qu'ils veulent faire des certaines marges. Ils basent ça sur le volume. C'est tout basé sur... La marge de profit est basée sur le volume. Aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Président, on voit la neige tombe. Une première neige, bordée de neige dans toute la province. Le froid s'en vient, Monsieur le Président, pour cet hiver. Qu'est-ce que ça va signifier pour Monsieur et Madame tout le monde, ce projet de loi? Ils vont être obligés d'être à la merci des prix à la hausse des pétrolières. Je ne suis pas convaincu que la Commission d'énergie et des services publics va se mettre là on va commencer à ajuster les prix pour s'assurer que Monsieur et Madame tout le monde soit capable de survenir pendant l'hiver. Pourquoi le gouvernement n'a pas voulu au moins donner, avec leur surplus, les surplus phénoménaux
jamais été capables de budgéter. Ils ont dit, il y a quelques semaines, le ministre, on a fait un surplus record sans prévision. Pourquoi il n'a pas donné une part de ces profits-là, ces surplus, à monsieur, madame, tout le monde? Pas seulement les moins nantis, ceux qui en ont besoin, nos aînés, nos étudiants, les gens à revenus fixes, la classe moyenne ouvrière, c'est eux autres qui ont besoin de l'aide. Ce projet de loi ici, Monsieur le Président, va certainement pas venir en aide immédiatement aux gens du Nouveau-Brunswick, à monsieur, madame, tout le monde, à qui moi je m'adresse aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Président. Je suis convaincu que le projet de loi va protéger les mieux nantis encore, les grosses corporations, comme il a été dit cet après-midi par certains collègues. Et aussi, quand je garde dans la région où est-ce que je suis député, il y a certainement une classe sociale qui va en souffrir cet hiver avec les prix à la hausse. Je ne suis pas convaincu que les crédits de carbone puis la commission d'énergie qui va s'ingérer dans le dossier va être là pour tous les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick. Comme j'ai tout le temps dit, monsieur, madame, tout le monde, monsieur le Président. Je garde les gens qui vont avoir des grands défis cet hiver. Même, comme on a vu quelques semaines passées, un plein vendredi soir, à une transition à samedi, le prix du diesel a monté de presque 80 cents à la pompe. Ça signifie les coûts d'épicerie, les coûts de transport qui vont être répertoriés sur monsieur, madame, tout le monde. C'est les gens, les consommateurs, qui vont payer la note lorsqu'ils vont acheter de l'épicerie ou lorsqu'ils vont acheter des biens et services. Madame la Présidente. Donc, je pense que, comme mon collègue l'a bien dit tantôt, j'étais un peu estomaqué de voir que le ministre tantôt, quand il a posé la question, pourquoi on n'a pas eu de brefage, que des réponses ont été données de façon très méchante, Madame la Présidente, qu'on n'avait jamais demandé. Comment on fait pour demander pour quelque chose quand on reçoit un projet de loi la dernière heure hier après-midi, puis on nous file ceci un matin sur l'ordre du jour pour qu'on en débatte en deuxième lecture après un discours que le ministre a été préparé 8 pages. Il a lu 8 pages pour dire des choses qui est dans le projet de loi, mais pour lui, probablement, il ne connaît même pas les détails du projet de loi, de son projet de loi. Puis comme je l'ai dit, j'ose croire même, si on se mettrait ici cet après-midi pour comprendre le projet de loi, tout dans la Chambre, je suis certain qu'il n'y a même pas 10 % des députés qui comprendraient les détails. Ce projet de loi, Madame la Présidente, a été conçu pour les mieux nantis, les grosses corporations, les pétrolières, pour les protéger. Pas pour protéger monsieur, madame, tout le monde. Les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick ont besoin de l'aide, qui sont dans les régions rurales, urbaines, ont besoin de l'aide. Le gouvernement aurait pu mieux agir. Mais, Madame la Présidente, je vais terminer un peu mon aller par... Pourquoi on a voulu emmener... Je m'ai posé la question, pourquoi ils ont voulu emmener un projet de loi avec tant de pages, avec tant de détails, et puis pas nous donner la chance de vraiment avoir que le ministère nous donne, répondre à des questions sous la forme d'un brefage, comme j'ai dit tantôt. Ça m'a vraiment offusqué. Puis je pense que ça démontre l'empathie, la sympathie de ce gouvernement. D'arriver ici en Chambre, de nous imposer des projets de loi. Voici, c'est tout cuit, approuvez-les, sinon on va l'emmener à une motion de fermeture, puis on a la majorité, puis et voilà. On va passer ça à monsieur, madame, tout le monde, il y en a payé plus au niveau de la pompe, il n'y a aucune garantie. La Commission des énergies ne va pas légiférer. Certes, comme je l'ai dit, c'est les détaillants, c'est les grossistes qui vont vouloir s'imposer.
mais est-ce qu'ils vont être là pour les consommateurs? J'en doute, Madame la Présidente. Donc, sur ce, je vais terminer. C'est certain qu'en comité, on aura des questions et beaucoup de questions. Et je suis convaincu que ceci, ça ne va pas... J'espère que les gens qui nous écoutent, puis les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick sont aux aguets de ce projet de loi parce qu'on va se faire passer un sapin et on va payer la note pendant cet hiver, pendant les périodes froides, puis ça va nous coûter cher, puis le prix de l'essence et du mazout n'est pas fini de grimper. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
I recognize the member from Bathurst and Pacific. Restigouche-Chaleur. I'm sorry.
Restigouche-Chaleur, madame. Je vais commencer en anglais. Well. Puis mon anglais va arrêter là. Un autre projet de loi qu'on ne pourrait pas cataloguer un projet de loi à la défense des gens. Premièrement, je vais vous donner un petit contexte. Là. La semaine dernière, cette semaine, on a parlé sur le projet de loi numéro 10. Un projet de loi qui va donner un rabais d'impôt aux plus nantis de la province. Puis, en face, réalise qu'on n'aura pas notre collaboration sur celui-là. Là. OK? Ils se sont dit, on va leur jouer un petit tour. On va le mettre à l'agenda le matin. On va passer l'avant-midi. On va se présenter pendant que toutes les personnes sont parties dîner, ne peuvent pas se préparer. Parce que oui, on mange de temps en temps. Puis lorsqu'ils vont arriver, on va s'assurer de dire au président, fais-toi sûr que tu... Bon, je sais comment ça fonctionne, j'ai été assis dans votre chaise, madame. Fais-toi sûr que tu reconnais le leader parlementaire du gouvernement. Fait, comme que le président ses pieds, reconnaît le leader parlementaire du gouvernement, puis tout d'un coup, on change le projet de loi. Pourquoi? Parce qu'ils se sont dit, ça en est un autre controversé, celui-là aussi. Là. Il est dans le même genre que le projet de loi numéro 10. Puis, si on leur fait un petit tour de passe-passe, on va vite, ils ne seront peut-être pas prêts. Puis on aura peut-être une chance d'ici à 3 heures de le passer. Madame la Présidente, malgré qu'il y a des bons points dans le projet de loi, il y a quelque chose qu'on ne peut pas accepter. Le fait de favoriser des multinationales, comme mon collègue du Parti vert l'a dit, qu'on fait des milliards dans les dernières années. Puis ce projet de loi-là, il nous vient d'un parti qui s'est objecté sur la taxe sur le carbone. Parce que supposément, ça faisait augmenter le prix de l'essence. Qu'est-ce qu'ils oublient de dire, c'est que oui, ça faisait augmenter le prix de l'essence, mais qu'il y avait un rabais à la fin de l'année, que pour les moins nantis, qui était plus élevé que la taxe de carbone comme telle. Donc, un gouvernement libéral qui avait mis une taxe, oui, mais qui retournait dans les poches des citoyens beaucoup plus d'argent que ce qu'ils récoltaient. Puis à la fin de la journée, c'était les personnes les plus nantis qui finissaient par payer la facture. On a fait une campagne électorale sur ça, disant que c'était pas correct. Qu'est-ce qui se passait? Qu'est-ce que le gouvernement voulait faire aux citoyens? On ne voulait pas dire l'heure juste aux gens. On évitait de mentionner des choses. On n'expliquait pas tout. On a même osé dire, pendant la campagne électorale, qu'on n'irait pas chercher un sou de cette taxe-là. Puis aujourd'hui, le gouvernement s'en met plein les poches. Mieux que ça, on a même cancellé le rabais qu'on recevait du gouvernement fédéral. On s'en l'a approprié. Puis au lieu de le mettre dans les changements climatiques, on court à New York payer des factures, payer de l'intérêt, payer nos comptes. Il n'y a rien de mal à ça. Mais on n'est pas obligé de les payer sur une base de 5 ans, 10 ans. Avec ce gouvernement-là, dans les prochains 5 ans, probablement qu'il n'y aura plus de dette, mais probablement qu'il n'y aura plus personne qui aura un logis pour rester dedans. C'est ça qui est en train de se passer. Madame la Présidente, ce projet de loi-là, il me fait penser, puis je vais aller aussi, je vais reculer un peu, il me fait penser. Vous vous souvenez, un an passé, lorsque le premier ministre a écrit une belle lettre à la Corporation d'énergie, au nom du ministre, puis il a demandé au ministre de la signer. Parce qu'on voulait favoriser notre ancien employeur. On voulait favoriser une multinationale. OK? On était à la défense de cette entreprise-là. Je trouve ça étrange qu'on arrive avec un projet de loi aujourd'hui qui va sensiblement faire la même chose que nous, on a décrié, que la population n'a pas accepté, que c'était même pas un geste louable de la part du ministre. Tu ne t'ingères pas dans une commission indépendante. Okay? Mais aujourd'hui, on essaie de le passer en catimini, caché dans un projet. Je ne l'ai pas en avant de moi. Okay? On nous a tellement pris au dépourvu, présenter un projet hier après-midi, dire qu'on en discuterait peut-être la semaine prochaine, puis nous arriver après notre heure de dîner avec le projet de loi, un projet hautement technique. Mais on cache à l'intérieur de ce projet de loi hautement technique, que ça va nous prendre des experts pour comprendre qu'est-ce qui se passe. On nous cache exactement qu'est-ce que le premier ministre voulait faire avec sa fameuse lettre pour envoyer à la Corporation d'énergie du Nouveau-Brunswick. Est-ce que les gens nous prennent, est-ce que de l'autre côté nous prennent pour des nigauds? Est-ce qu'ils réalisent que, oui, on a la traduction simultanée, puis oui, ils sont obligés de nous présenter les projets de loi des deux langues, je peux lire le français. Même si je comprends l'anglais, je peux lire le français. Puis je réalise qu'on est en train de nous en passer une vite. Une pas mal vite. C'est rire du monde. On a essayé de nous en passer une vite l'année passée, puis on a mis une fermeture. Au niveau des fameux programmes de médicaments, l'assurance médicaments pour les Néo-Brunswickois. Vous vous souvenez de ce projet de loi-là? Vous avez voté pour, madame. Mais moi, je pense qu'on a eu un vote à main levée sur ce projet de loi-là. Supposément, c'était pour protéger le programme, c'était pour s'assurer que les citoyens avaient l'assurance au meilleur taux possible. Il n'y avait aucune prévision d'augmenter les taux. Il n'y avait aucune prévision de contrôler les sortes de médicaments qu'il y avait à l'intérieur de ça. C'était juste comme qu'ils disent, du nettoyage, corriger un petit mot ici et là. Ça a finalement passé parce qu'il a utilisé la majorité. Savez-vous quoi? Les personnes qui ont eu des augmentations de leurs assurances le mois passé, jusqu'à 100 $ par mois. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on n'a pas eu le front, la sagesse, l'humilité, l'honnêteté, je vais le dire, d'expliquer vraiment aux gens qu'est-ce qu'on faisait, puis que ça allait augmenter le prix de l'assurance? Donc, on a essayé de cacher ça dans des beaux discours. Un pétard mouillé. Les militaires font souvent ça. On envoie de la diversion. On met un beau nuage de fumée pendant que les gens peuvent attaquer. C'est ça qu'ils nous font dans leur discours. Des beaux nuages de fumée. C'est toujours bien enrobé. Mais lorsqu'on rouvre le cadeau, où ce que le nuage se dissipe, là, ben, ça nous pète le visage. C'est ça qui va arriver avec ce projet de loi-là. Puis ça, c'est une marque de commerce des régressifs conservateurs. C'est une marque de commerce. Ils l'ont fait avec des médicaments, je viens de le dire. Ils ont essayé de le faire par une lettre en cachette qui a sorti, qui est devenue publique. Merci aux médias. On l'a fait récemment avec les municipalités. Les municipalités. On va... Ça fait 25 ans, 40 ans qu'on en parle, 25 ans, on va combiner les gens, il va y avoir des économies de... comment est-ce qu'on dit ça? Il va y avoir des économies de grandeur parce qu'on va mettre les gens ensemble, puis Parce qu'on va sauver au niveau du personnel, on va sauver au niveau d'initiatives, on va sauver au niveau des dépenses. Puisqu'on va être plus gros, il va y avoir des économies d'échelle. C'est comme ça qu'on dit ça, des économies d'échelle. Mais, caché dans le projet de loi, on va se délester de certaines responsabilités. On va leur transférer l'habitation. On va transférer le tourisme. On va transférer transport en commun. Ah, regardez, ces gens-là sont mieux placés pour gérer ces dossiers-là. C'était comme ça qu'ils parlaient. La même chose ici, là. Le projet de loi qu'on a en avant de nous, là, c'est des belles paroles. OK? Il n'y a pas eu d'économie d'échelle. Premièrement, on garde tout le monde. Deuxièmement, tous les services qui ont transféré, déjà ne mettaient pas assez d'argent, là, ils viennent de l'enlever complètement. Puis on va demander aux municipalités d'assumer ces coûts additionnels-là. Ici, dans le projet de loi, on va demander aux gens d'assumer le coût additionnel des transports. Puis c'est toujours dans l'optique, les régressifs conservateurs, d'aider leurs boss, les plus nantis, leurs petits amis, les grosses corporations. On a même le culot d'aller aider les Américains parce qu'on transfère les argents aux Américains. Un étudiant veut étudier à l'Université de Moncton, on ne peut pas l'aider. Mais s'il traverse les lignes puis va dans le Maine, lui, on va l'aider, on va le payer. On prend notre argent durement gagné, nos taxes durement payées, puis on l'envoie aux Américains, puis là, il va nous manquer d'argent, on va l'imposer sur une taxe au niveau de l'essence. C'est de l'abus. Ce gouvernement-là, il est en train d'abuser la bonté des gens. Puis je ne comprends pas, parce que moi, j'ai été assis de l'autre bord 4 ans passés. Puis on a fait des choses. On n'a pas présenté des projets de loi. De ce côté-ci, un de mes collègues m'a dit à un moment donné, il faisait penser des chevaliers sur des chevals blancs pour défendre les gens. Qu'est-ce qui est arrivé à ces personnes-là qui sont rendues de l'autre bord? Qu'est-ce qui leur arrive? On a des gens qui souffrent de problèmes de santé mentale, on va les mettre en prison. Je pense à comprendre pourquoi ils veulent mettre la prison à Fredericton, c'est parce qu'il y a trop de politiciens qui, ici, à Jour, Fredericton. Il y a une moitié d'ici qui pourrait aller à cette prison-là, je pense. Je m'excuse, je n'aurais pas dire ça, il y a une moitié qui ne devrait pas y aller à la prison. C'est un même ministre-là qui nous présente le projet de loi aujourd'hui. Là, je ne l'ai pas, le projet de loi. C'est un même ministre-là, c'est le ministre qui nous a présenté un projet de loi sur la foresterie il n'y a pas si longtemps, puis il en présente un autre. On est sournois. On est régressif. On est sournois. On présente des beaux projets de loi, un fonds. On va avoir un fonds pour aider les propriétaires de l'eau privée. Qu'est-ce qu'on ne dit pas dans les règlements, puis on apprend au compte-gouttes des gens qui siègent sur le fameux comité, nous disent que si jamais qu'un propriétaire de l'eau privée utilise l'argent de ce fonds-là, il va devoir léguer l'administration, la gestion de sa terre au fonds ou à la licence sur le territoire qui réside. En d'autres mots, oh oui, on a un fonds, on va t'aider avec la sylviculture, mais la journée qu'on va vouloir avoir ton bois, on va aller chercher, tu n'auras plus un mot à dire parce que tu as utilisé l'argent dans le fonds. Des choses cachées. Puis là, on nous en présente un autre qui va combiner tous les groupes de mise en marché au niveau de la foresterie. Le même ministre. Est-ce que le ministre là, a eu la tâche, je sais qu'il est un bon ami du premier ministre, est-ce que c'est lui la tâche qu'il a pour détruire toutes les entités sociales, les outils qu'on s'est donnés pour faire progresser notre société? Est-ce qu'il y a le mandat? Est-ce qu'il y a eu le mandat? On ne sait pas parce qu'on n'a pas vu la lettre mandat, mais je crois que s'il y avait une lettre de mandat décrit, c'est ce ministre-là qui a été mandaté par le premier ministre de détruire tous les outils qui permettent d'aider les gens de cette société-ci. On va permettre, parce qu'ils ont seulement fait des milliards, d'ajuster leur prix, on modifie la loi, une loi d'ailleurs qui protège les citoyens. À tous les jeudis, il y a des gens qui se font un honneur à la radio, dans les médias, les différents médias, que ce soit électroniques ou traditionnels, de nous annoncer qu'il va y avoir des hausses ou des baisses de l'essence. On veut tripoter dans ce dossier-là. Puis ça, c'est vite fait. Poum! On présente ça, 1h l'après-midi, personne ne le savait, on nous garoche ça sur la table. Puis hier, on a parlé toute la journée parce qu'il y a de l'aide pour la crise en habitation qu'on a au Nouveau-Brunswick, la crise des logements. Ça, c'est terriblement compliqué, on ne peut rien faire. On peut amener 774 millions à New York aux banquiers, mais on ne peut pas aider les gens qui n'ont pas d'habitation. On peut aider des multinationales qui ont fait des milliards à en faire plus, mais on ne peut pas aider les gens qui ont des problèmes avec des logements. J'ai mon voyage. Vous savez, Madame la Présidente, que les taxes, le prix de l'essence, c'est probablement la commodité qui a le plus d'effets, puis il y a beaucoup d'effets aussi dans le domaine, surtout ceux qui légifèrent aujourd'hui. Pensent qu'on est tous des épais, qu'on ne comprend pas ce qui se passe dans ce dossier-là. On peut les aider, vite fait, mais on ne peut pas aider les gens sur l'aide aux revenus. On a de la misère. On a de la misère à les aider avec l'habitation. Mais on court à la rescousse des multinationales, de milliardaires, à la vitesse. Ça, par exemple, un coup de téléphone. Il y a probablement une ligne rouge ici au 6e étage qu'on n'a pas été avisé, qu'on ne sait pas. Là. Mais la journée que ces multimilliardaires-là ont une idée, tout de suite, elle est mise en place. Mais lorsque nous autres, l'opposition, on a une idée pour essayer d'aider les plus démunis, non, hey, on a juste fait 774 milliards de profits. Là. On a juste enlevé de l'économie du Nouveau-Brunswick, sans raison, 774 millions. On a enlevé ça de l'économie. On l'a enlevé dans les poches des gens. Puis là, c'est pas assez que le gouvernement enlève dans les poches des gens parce qu'il ne sait pas calculer, il ne peut pas faire de prévision, qu'on va permettre aux multinationales, dans le domaine du pétrole, de faire la même chose. On a un reportage il n'y a pas si longtemps qui nous dit que ces personnes-là cachent leurs profits dans des paradis fiscaux. On veut qu'ils fassent encore plus de profit. On veut qu'ils en fassent encore plus. On vient de leur dire, prouvez, Radio-Canada, pas des histoires. Je dois remercier mon collègue du Parti vert. Beau travail de ce dossier-là. Je ne voterai pas pour lui pareil, en passant. Puis je ne travaillerai pas pour son candidat dans ma circonscription, en passant. Mais on va donner à César qu'est-ce qui appartient à César. Il a fait du beau travail là-dessus. Mais est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui peut s'ouvrir les yeux de l'autre côté de la chambre? Ou si les yeux sont ouverts, est-ce qu'ils peuvent les mettre en ligne des trous? Je suppose que le premier ministre se dit « c'est pas grave, ils vont se débrouiller. C'est pas grave. Tu restes d'une chambre d'hôtel ou d'une tente, il y a un 4 pouces de neige, je n'ai pas rendu à 4 pieds, c'est pas grave. Là. Tu vas te débrouiller. On a confiance en toi, nous autres. Tu vas te débrouiller. » Moi, j'essaie de comprendre. Comment est-ce qu'on peut être mesquin à ce point-là avec les pauvres citoyens du Nouveau-Brunswick. Puis ça va tellement mal, que pour faire divergence, pour faire diverger la conversation, pour diriger la conversation ailleurs, pour que les gens regardent ailleurs, on s'attaque aux langues officielles, on s'attaque aux Premières Nations. Puis en créant de l'animosité dans la population, on va la diviser. Puis en la divisant, ça va être ça le sujet du jour. Puis nous autres, on peut passer nos petits dossiers en sourdine. Parce que c'est vraiment en sourdine qu'on est en train de faire ça. Madame la Présidente, le ministre qui nous amène ce dossier-là, c'est le même ministre qui s'est levé en Chambre pour me dire qu'il était tellement occupé qu'à chaque fois qu'il y avait une demande d'achat de terrain, que son personnel l'étudiait, le regardait. Puis il y a à peu près, l'automne passé, mois de mars l'an passé, que chaque demande allait être regardée, puis que son équipe de travail était tellement débordée, ça faisait pitié à écouter. Mais en même temps, son ami du Parti conservateur chez nous, elle a eu un terrain tout de suite. Puis savez-vous quoi, Madame la Présidente? En chambre, comme réponse, il m'a dit qu'elle allait s'en occuper. On est rendu en novembre. Mes 2 clients n'ont toujours pas eu de coup de téléphone du ministère. Puis vous voulez qu'on écoute un ministre qui se lève en chambre, qui présente un projet de loi de même, puis qu'on achète argent comptant tout ce qui est dans ça? Monsieur le Président, allez-vous être capable d'aller dans votre territoire puis de défendre les multinationales qu'on fait des milliards, puis on va leur permettre d'en faire plus? Est-ce qu'on peut? Moi, je ne le défendrai pas. Moi, je vais le décrier. Mais de l'autre côté, est-ce qu'ils vont pouvoir aller voir leurs citoyens? J'ai hâte de voir la conversation dans les Tim Hortons, dans les petits restaurants, dans les dépanneurs, dans les stations-service, dans les arénas, dans les salles de curling, des salles de quilles. Puis, c'est la seule chose qui existe de notre bout. Il y a peut-être des beaux musées qui vont apparaître dans l'autre côté. Puis, défendre les multinationales. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui peut me regarder sans sourire, sans grimacer, puis me dire on peut défendre les multinationales, ils font pitié, ils n'ont pas fait assez d'argent? Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui peut me dire ça? Ça n'a pas de sens. Pour la même raison qu'on ne veut pas passer le projet de loi numéro 10, parce que ça ne fait pas de sens d'aider ceux qui font 147 000 $ et plus par année. Ça ne fait pas de bon sens. C'est un gouvernement régressif conservateur qu'on a là. J'aurais aimé, Monsieur le Président, qu'on m'aurait donné une demi-heure pour étudier le projet de loi. J'épuiserais mon 40 minutes. Puis ça ne serait pas nécessairement beau pour le gouvernement. On est injuste. C'est vraiment injuste vis-à-vis de la population de Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est comme je disais hier. Ils se pètent les bretelles parce qu'il y a des choses qui tombent du ciel. Ils s'approprient les événements de la pandémie pour justifier leur succès. Puis c'est pas un succès, là, OK? Lorsque tu as des gens, il y a tellement de personnes qui demeurent au Nouveau-Brunswick, tu as des gens qui restent dans des chambres d'hôtel. J'ai quelqu'un qui est venu me voir un mois passé, il était d'une tente. Il est d'une tente, il est en attente pour un appartement. Monsieur le Président, cette même personne-là, j'ai des conversations avec le ministre, il a fait quelques erreurs administratives. Il y avait un appartement d'aide de revenus. OK? Il reçoit à peine 60 $ de l'aide de revenus parce qu'il y a de l'argent qui s'en vient de CPP. À l'époque, là, ça a changé un peu parce que le premier 200 $, je crois qu'il peut le garder. OK? Puis il ne remboursait pas sa petite dette qu'il avait avec Développement social vite assez. Puis parce qu'il y avait quelqu'un qui avait des problèmes, qui a aménagé avec lui, il était 2 dans l'appartement, puis il était seulement censé être 1. OK? On l'a mis à la porte. Il est dehors, il a passé 6 mois à l'auberge, à Bathurst, puis après 6 mois, il doit quitter, puis il est dehors depuis ce temps-là. Puis c'est un même gouvernement-là qui a mis quelqu'un dehors pour des règlements, des petits détails administratifs qu'on aurait pu passer dessus. C'était pas la personne la plus fortunée de la région Chaleur. C'est peut-être pour ça qu'il n'a pas eu d'aide. Il n'était pas fortuné. Peut-être pour ça. Puis là, aujourd'hui, ce ministre-là va supporter son collègue qui veut nous en passer une vite, vite, vite. Monsieur le Président, ça n'a pas de sens. Ça n'a pas de sens. On est au Nouveau-Brunswick. On est au Canada. Le plus beau pays, le meilleur pays de la planète. Puis aujourd'hui, on va permettre à des multinationales d'encore faire plus d'argent, puis on va laisser des gens sans appartement. On va laisser des gens sans assurance médicaments. On va laisser des gens sans aide à l'école. On va laisser des gens sans aide médicale, on va les mettre en prison à la place. Monsieur le Président, est-ce qu'on peut se regarder comme société? Est-ce qu'on peut se regarder comme gouvernement? Malheureux, je me sens... Je suis gêné d'être ici aujourd'hui. Je suis ici pour défendre les gens. Ça me gêne de voir le sujet qu'on parle dessus. Ça en est décourageant, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je pensais que j'entrais en politique, que j'allais aider les gens, que j'allais utiliser tous les contacts, toutes les choses pour aider les gens. Je suis convaincu. De l'autre côté de la Chambre, ce n'est pas tout le monde qui pense de la même façon que le projet de loi a été écrit. Convaincu. D'ailleurs, j'ai des discussions souvent, puis tout gouvernement, toute parti a ses problèmes. Mais caucus de l'autre côté, là, il n'y a pas juste le Nord, le Sud, les Anglais, les Français, les Premières Nations, les peuples fondateurs, les côtés gauche, côté droite, qu'il y a des divisions. Puis il y en a dans l'autre partie aussi. Je ne peux pas croire. Il y a des. Je jase avec les gens de l'autre côté, là, bien souvent. Là. Il y a des personnes, là. Pas vrai qu'ils veulent enrichir les multinationales. Regardez, je ne veux pas une multinationale. Grâce à eux, mon fils a un emploi aujourd'hui. Il travaille à Grand Nord pour Raglan, la mine Raglan qui appartient à Glencore. C'est une multinationale qui a probablement fait des sous. J'en veux pas, ces multinationales-là. Ils sont là pour faire de l'argent, premièrement. Ils sont sur le marché boursier. Il faut que les valeurs montent. C'est logique de leur part de demander ça. Mais un gouvernement qui se tient, un gouvernement qui a une épine dorsale, ne doit pas plier à toutes les demandes. On a quand même une raison sociale. On se doit de défendre les plus démunis. On se doit de défendre les gens. Puis à l'heure actuelle, on présente un projet de loi qui va encore en mettre plus dans les poches de ces multinationales-là. Peut-être que le yacht de 135 pieds va être 137 pieds à Dubaï là, pour un d'eux autres. C'est tout ça que le premier ministre veut faire. Là. Mon collègue ici, ça lui a pris 3 semaines de trouver un appartement pour une personne qui payait 1 200 $ et qui rentrait 800 $ à la maison. C'est des citoyens qui l'ont aidé. Puis on est obligé de le faire en cachette parce que l'aide revenu ne l'aurait pas aidé, sachant qu'il y avait des citoyens qui l'aidaient. On est rendu là. On amène une grosserie à quelqu'un qui est en difficulté, puis on va déduire la valeur de la grosserie de son chèque, son prochain chèque. C'est ça la société qu'on veut bâtir. C'est ça l'exemple. Je vais dire à mes petits-fils, j'en ai 5 petits-fils, petites-filles, je vais leur dire, Pépère, là, il était sur le plancher de l'Assemblée législative, puis il a fait partie d'un gouvernement. Là. Hey, nous autres, on a rempli les poches des Irving de ce monde. Puis on a donné de la misère à tout le monde. Là, les gens là, qui boitaient, là, on en profitait pour lui donner une jambette. C'était comique. Pensez-vous que je vais être fier de ça? C'est pas de ma faute, par exemple. C'est imposé de l'autre côté qui nous l'impose. Les mêmes personnes qui étaient ce côté-ci, puis qui avaient l'air de chevaliers habillés en blanc, c'est un cheval noir, ou habillé en noir, c'est un cheval blanc, ou blanc puis noir, puis blanc puis blanc, puis noir puis noir, ces personnes-là qui criaient au désespoir, puis il y en avait un en particulier qu'à chaque fois qu'il avait fait son discours, il tirait ses papiers sur le pupitre. Lui, aujourd'hui, on le voit pas. Peux-tu parler là-dessus? Peux-tu dire que ça n'a pas de sens? Enlevons cette partie-là du projet de loi. Monsieur le Président, je vais terminer là-dessus. Je pense que j'ai passé mon message. Il y a 2 projets de loi. Le projet de loi numéro 10 et le projet numéro 15, celui-ci. Monsieur le leader parlementaire, 15. Il faut des amendements. Il faut changer quelque chose. Puis je donne l'opportunité au gouvernement de faire amende honorable. Changer quelque chose. Essayer de défendre les gens une fois pour toutes. Essayer de faire de quelque chose qu'on va pouvoir s'en aller de nos communautés dans 2 semaines avant Noël, puis on va pouvoir dire, mais au moins, cette session-ci, on a réussi à aider certaines personnes. Probablement, c'est ça qu'ils vont se dire. Oui, on aide les gens, on va aider M. Irving. On va aider Exxon. On va aider Glencore. On va aider Kennedy Natural Resources. C'est pas ça que je veux, moi. Fait froid. Il y a quelqu'un chez nous, s'il n'a pas trouvé un appartement, il est d'une tente aujourd'hui. Puis lui, j'ai pas de solution. On va parler sur le projet de loi numéro 14 tout à l'heure. J'aime bien la ministre. On a eu une bonne entente lorsqu'elle était au transport. Je suis convaincu qu'on va avoir une bonne entente qu'elle a à l'habitation présentement. J'ai aucun doute. J'ai aucun doute qu'elle aimerait en faire plus. Mais on lui a mort les mains. Puis on sait qui a mort les mains des gens. Lorsque tu parles à des fonctionnaires, ils disent « Ouh, je ne peux pas aller prendre un café avec toi, je ne peux pas être vieux avec toi. » Ça en veut dire beaucoup. Mais cette même dictature-là, là, c'est elle qui impose des projets de loi de même. C'est imposé, ce projet de loi de même-là. J'ai trop de discussions avec le ministre. On parle de toutes sortes de choses, de chasse, de pêche, de qualité de vie. Ça ne vient pas de lui. Ça vient du 6e étage. Le problème, par exemple, le ministre l'appuie. Parce qu'il a peur pour sa job. Il y en a d'autres aussi qui ont peur pour le job. Puis ils ne s'ouvrent pas trop la trappe pour défendre l'indéfendable à l'heure actuelle. Je l'ai dit à ma tante dans ma déclaration. On est en train de créer un monstre dehors. S'il vous plaît, les gens du caucus en face de moi, pensez à ce que votre boss est en train de faire. Il le fait ici, il a essayé de le faire avec une lettre un an passé, ça n'a pas marché, là il présente un projet de loi. Il est en train de le faire avec les langues officielles. Pensez-y sérieusement, parce que ça va être dans votre CV, cette crise-là. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes. Certainly. Member for Victoria Lavallee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this bill was introduced yesterday, and I have to say that I'm a little confused over all the content of it. It doesn't seem to be written in plain English, as I would say, Mr. Speaker, and sometimes I have a little trouble to capture these things. I do understand the second paragraph. The purpose of this bill is to reduce the extreme volatility of energy prices we have been seeing and enable New Brunswick retailers of petroleum products to recuperate their costs while continuing to provide customers with fair market prices. I understand that, and I think that that is a laudable goal, to provide, fair market prices to consumers and to try and maybe tame the volatility, Mr. Speaker. But I go on a little further, and there is this paragraph in there that I'm like, it might as well be written in Arabic. I don't know. In order for the interrupter formula to better mimic the volatile market conditions and administer regulated prices that are more consistent with regional regulated markets, the New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board must be given the authority to use discretion to determine whether an interrupter is triggered. Currently, the trigger is based solely on daily changes in the price and does not take into consideration previous or future daily trends. Well, Mr. Speaker, I bet when the minister was reading it, he had no idea what it meant either, because I certainly don't have any idea what it meant, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to some of my colleagues and I share some of their concerns, Mr. Speaker. We have something in there, and it says that they're able to purchase credits from a credit market established by the federal government. So we're actually saying, I think, is what I understand, because we didn't really have a chance to get a briefing on this bill, which would have been helpful and would have maybe helped to expedite the bill through the whole process. But instead, the bill was introduced at the last minute, and like one of my previous colleagues said, we get all of these bills coming at us before the holidays, and all of these bills, and they want them all out. They introduce them in their second reading, first reading, and they don't even remember which ones they're giving us briefings on, and then we get a little bit of white stuff coming, and it's like, oh, Christmas is coming. Can we get these bills through? We need to get these through, Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't mind. I'll sit over Christmas if we have to, but I think we need to give these bills fair consideration. And part of that, Mr. Speaker, is us in the opposition understanding the content of the bill. What is actually in the bill? We don't understand, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a little more technical. Our critic read through the whole bill, and he tried to make sense of it, and he said if I would have had a briefing, I could understand it better, and we would better be able to address it. But we didn't get that, Mr. Speaker, because, as I said, it's bill after bill after bill after bill, and then it's like, okay, we're going to invoke closure because we want to go home for Christmas, and you guys are stalling. Well, we're not stalling the bills, Mr. Speaker. We're trying to understand. We don't have any idea what this is all about. This produces unfair waiting on a single day for weekly average price. Put simply, it does not make sense to continue setting prices this way. I understand that it doesn't make sense. I'm not exactly sure why. What the daily trend and the weekly trend and the monthly trend, and I'm not sure how all of that dovetails together so that we can come up with some kind of price. And I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, if this bill is actually favoring the consumer or if it's favoring the wholesaler, or if it's there to favor the retailer. Who is gaining from this bill, Mr. Speaker? I'm not sure by the looks of things and by some of the previous comments that I've heard. I'm not sure that it's actually the consumer or the person at the bottom rung who's actually paying gas and trying to afford to go to work. And we talk about, market prices, so it's set on market prices, Mr. Speaker. Well, we had an increase in diesel prices and home heating oil just, I don't know, a few weeks, 3 weeks ago. That was like it shot up all of a sudden from $2 to like $3. So we had like a 70-cent increase in the price of diesel fuel, and nowhere else in the world did we see such a spike except for in New Brunswick. So maybe all the other jurisdictions were actually using what this bill proposes, but I have no idea, Mr. Speaker, because I didn't get a briefing and we weren't offered a briefing, and my critic couldn't explain it to me because he didn't get a briefing. So I think it's important that if the government wants us to work with them, and they always say we want them to work with us, that they work with us to help us to understand what these bills are all about. I heard a member on the other way say, well, this past guy did it, this past guy always did it, and this. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's one of the problems. As long as this government continues to live in the past, I don't think we're ever going to move forward into the future. And that's what they seem to do. They bring up the past all the time. Do we go back and say, the Bricklin was a bad idea? We sunk, I think it was at the time, and that's in the 70s, that's $20 million, I think, we sunk into the Bricklin. And it was a bad idea. And their leader did it, Mr. Speaker. Do we do that? Do we have to go back all the time? Can we move forward? Can we talk about what we're going to do, not what was done? And I think that's one of the problems. We need to know what they're going to do, and they're not telling us. So how can we help them to advance that agenda? Nobody offered me a briefing, nobody offered our critic a briefing, and I'm sure you guys can say we offered briefings, but you know what? You might have offered them, but you didn't offer them to the right people, or you maybe offered them into the air. Anybody up there want a briefing? Well, they can say as much as they want, Mr. Speaker. They offered briefings 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, but they didn't offer it to us. So they offered it to somebody, and I'm not going to, Mr. Speaker, I would not doubt their word for a minute. I would not doubt their word for a minute. I would never call them out and say, that is not factual. I would never say that, Mr. Speaker. I would say that they maybe offered them to the wrong people, or they didn't offer them to the right people, or they offered them up into the air somewhere or into the stratosphere. So we don't know who they offered the briefings to, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Pursuant to orders of the day, I will call on the government whip to adjourn the House.
Call on adjournment of the House.
Good job, man.
It's been moved by the government whip that the House be now adjourned. All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. You want to vote?
Oh, no, I was waiting for you to go out, because everybody's...
So are we going to committee? Yeah. House will now dissolve into committee.
Right.
Sitting down.